Sorry, Quaid. Your whole life is just a dream.
Mr. Sinclair. 2 minutes from now, on Ideas, you'll hear Noam Chomsky with the 1988 Massey Lectures. Professor Noam Chomsky. An introduction.
The issues that I would like to discuss in these lectures are rooted in the nature of Western industrial societies. In these capitalist democracies, there's a certain tension, perhaps even a contradiction, with regard to where power is located. In a democracy, the people rule, at least in principle. But decision-making power over large areas of social life resides in private hands, and that has a major spillover effect throughout the social order. One way to resolve the tension would be to extend the democratic system to investment, organization of work, and so on. That would be a major social revolution, which, in my view at least, would realize some of the libertarian principles on which the political revolutions of the 18th century were partially founded. Or the tension could be resolved, and sometimes is, by eliminating public interference with state and private power. In the advanced industrial societies, the problem is typically approached by more moderate means, by measures to deprive democratic political structures of substantive content while leaving them formally intact. A large part of this task is assumed by ideological institutions. They have the job of channeling thought and attitudes within acceptable bounds, deflecting any potential challenge to established privilege and authority before it can take form and gather strength. This enterprise has many facets and agents. Here I'm going to be primarily concerned with one aspect, thought control, as conducted through the agency of the national media and related elements of the elite intellectual culture. I'll be speaking primarily of the United States, which I know best, but I think that the comments generalize reasonably well to other industrial societies as well. In my opinion, there's much too little inquiry into these matters. My feeling is that citizens of the democratic societies should undertake a course of what we might call intellectual self-defense to protect themselves from manipulation and control, and to lay the basis for more meaningful democracy. It's this concern that motivates my comments here.
The 1988 Massey Lectures about media, propaganda, and democracy. A series of 5 talks, including questions from a panel of distinguished Canadian journalists. The 1988 Massey Lectures are given by Noam Chomsky, Institute Professor in the Departments of Philosophy and Linguistics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston. Professor Chomsky is an internationally renowned scholar, the leading theorist in the field of structural linguistics, and the author of some 30 books, both technical books in the field of linguistics and books addressed to a general audience, which examine political issues, focusing especially on the place of the United States in international affairs. He is particularly concerned with what Americans find out through their mass media, more properly called, in Professor Chomsky's view, the elite media. His approach to this question involves a massive amount of research. His books are noted for the mountain of data they contain. In September 1988, his latest book, co-authored with Professor Edward Herman, was published by Pantheon. It's called Manufacturing Consent. Some of the raw material for the conclusions he draws in these Massey lectures can be found in that book, which is in bookstores and libraries now. Throughout his work, Professor Chomsky has based his conclusions on a close analysis of specific cases, but his real interest is in the larger issues that the specific cases point to. What are the enduring institutional characteristics of our media system, the system we call the free press, and how do those characteristics affect what we think we know? A half-century ago, John Dewey observed that criticism of specific abuses has only limited value. The only really fundamental approach to the problem, Dewey said, is to inquire concerning the necessary effect of the present economic system upon the whole system of what he called publicity, upon the judgment of what news is, upon the selection and elimination of matter that is published, upon the treatment of news in both news and editorial columns. The question under this mode of approach is not how many specific abuses there are and how they may be remedied, but how far genuine intellectual freedom and social responsibility are possible on any large scale under the existing economic regime. The philosopher and theologian Reinhold Niebuhr concluded that ordinary people were hardly capable of understanding the world or drawing reasonable conclusions without being subjected to a set of what he called necessary illusions, what we'd call propaganda, constructed by the intellectual elites. The system for managing this has turned out to be the mass media. The title of the 1988 Massey Lectures is Necessary Illusions. Noam Chomsky.
Let me begin with a report in a church-based Latin American journal, datelined São Paulo, Brazil. The headline reads, Brazilian Bishops Support Plan to Democratize Media. The report describes a proposal which is now being debated in the Brazilian Constituent Assembly that would open up Brazil's powerful and highly concentrated media to citizen participation. Brazil's Catholic bishops are among the principal advocates of this legislative proposal to democratize the country's communications media. The report points out that Brazilian TV is in the hands of 5 big networks, while 8 huge multinational corporations and some state enterprises account for most communications advertising. The current proposal calls for a National Communications Council that would be made up of civilian and government representatives and would develop a democratic communications policy. The questions raised by the Brazilian bishops are being seriously discussed in many parts of the world. There are projects underway in several Latin American countries and elsewhere as well. There has been discussion of what's been called a New World Information Order. The idea is to diversify media access, to encourage alternatives to the global media system, which is under the overwhelming dominance of the Western industrial powers. An inquiry into such possibilities by UNESCO elicited an extremely hostile reaction in the United States and contributed to the near demise of the organization. The alleged concern was freedom of the press. One question I'd like to raise in these lectures is just how serious this concern is and what, in fact, it comes to, what's its substantive content. Further questions that lie in the background have to do with what a democratic communications policy would be and whether it's a good idea, and if so, whether it's an attainable concept. And more generally, just what kind of democratic order is it to which we aspire? The concept of democratizing the media has no real meaning within the terms of political discourse in the United States. In fact, the phrase has a paradoxical or even vaguely subversive ring to it. Citizen participation would be considered an infringement on freedom of the press. It would be considered a blow struck against the independence of the media that would distort the mission that they have undertaken to inform the public without fear or favor. Now, that reaction merits some thought. Underlying it are beliefs as to how the media do function, and also as to how they should function within our democratic systems. There are also certain implicit conceptions of the nature of democracy. Let's have a look at these topics in turn. The standard image of media performance was expressed by Judge Gerfein in a decision in which he rejected efforts by the U.S. government to bar publication of the Pentagon Papers. In that decision, he said that we have a cantankerous press, an obstinate press, a ubiquitous press, and it must be suffered by those in authority in order to preserve the even greater values of freedom of expression and the right of the people to know. Columnist Anthony Lewis of the New York Times commented on this decision and pointed out that the media were not always as independent, vigilant, and defiant of authority as they are today. But, he says, in the Vietnam and Watergate eras, the media learned to exercise the power to root about in our national life, exposing what they deem right for exposure without regard to external pressures. That, too, is a commonly held belief. There has been much debate about the media during this period, but it does not deal with the problem of democratizing the media and freeing them from the constraints of state and private power. Rather, the issue that is debated is whether the media have not exceeded proper bounds in escaping such constraints. The question is whether they have perhaps even threatened the existence of democratic institutions in their contentious and irresponsible defiance of authority. There was an important study on these topics by the Trilateral Commission in 1975. It was a study on what they called governability of democracies. And the commission, which is made up of elite elements from Japan, the United States, and Europe, the commission concluded that the media have become a notable new source of national power. This, they said, is one aspect of an excess of democracy that contributes to the reduction of governmental authority at home and a consequent decline in the influence of democracy abroad. This general crisis of democracy, the commission held, results from the efforts of previously marginalized sectors of the population to organize and to press their demands. By doing so, they create an overload that prevents the democratic process from functioning properly. The American commentator Samuel Huntington, a professor at Harvard University, pointed out that in earlier times, President Truman had been able to govern the country with the cooperation of a relatively small number of Wall Street lawyers and bankers. In this period, then, there was no crisis of democracy, but in the 1960s the crisis developed and reached serious proportions. The Trilateral Commission study therefore urges more moderation in democracy to mitigate what they call the excess of democracy and thus overcome the crisis. Putting it in plain terms, the general public must be reduced to their traditional apathy and obedience and driven from the arena of political debate and action if democracy is to survive. This study reflects the perceptions and values of liberal elites from the United States, Europe, and Japan. It includes the leading figures of the Carter administration, President Carter himself, in fact. On the right, the perception is that democracy is threatened by the organizing efforts of those groups that are called the special interests. That's an interesting concept of contemporary political rhetoric. It refers to workers, farmers, women, youth, the elderly, the handicapped, ethnic minorities, in fact, to the general population. In the U.S. presidential campaigns of the 1980s, the Democrats were accused of being the instrument of these special interests and therefore undermining the national interest. What is the national interest? Well, the tacit assumption is that the national interest is represented by the one notable sector that was omitted from the list of special interests, corporations, financial institutions, and other business elites. They represent the national interest. The charge that the Democrats represent the special interests has little merit. Rather, they represent other elements of the national interest, and they participated with few qualms in the so-called right turn of the post-Vietnam era among elite groups. This right turn had a number of different aspects. It included the dismantling of the limited state programs that were designed to protect the poor and deprived, the transfer of resources to the wealthy, the conversion of the state, even more than before, into a welfare state for the privileged, and the expansion of state power and the protected state sector of the economy through the military system. The military system domestically in the United States is in fact a device for compelling the public to subsidize high-technology industry and to provide a state-guaranteed market for high-technology waste production. A related element of the right turn was a more activist foreign policy. The goal was to extend U.S. power through subversion, international terrorism, and aggression, what's called the Reagan Doctrine, which the media characterize as the vigorous defense of democracy worldwide. In general, the Democratic opposition offered qualified support to these programs of the Reagan administration, and the fact of the matter is that they were largely an extrapolation of initiatives of the Carter years, and with very few exceptions, were strongly opposed by the general population. And that's a fact that's very clearly shown by polling results during this period. One should not be misled by Reagan's landslide electoral victories. In fact, Reagan won the votes of under a third of the electorate, and of the voters, a clear majority hoped that his legislative programs would not be enacted. Meanwhile, half the population continue to hold that the government is run by a few big interests looking out for themselves, as polls regularly show. The Reagan phenomena, in fact, may offer a kind of foretaste of where capitalist democracies are moving in general, with a number of crucial features: the elimination of labor unions, of independent media, of political associations, and more generally the elimination of forms of popular organization that interfere with domination of the state by concentrated private power. Well, let's return to the media, which are charged with having fanned the ominous flames of excessive democracy. The Trilateral Commission concludes, I'm now quoting them, that broader interests of society and government require that if journalists do not impose standards of professionalism upon themselves, then the alternative could well be regulation by the government to the end of restoring a balance between government and media. Others have had similar concerns. The executive director of Freedom House, Leonard Sussman, asks the question, must free institutions be overthrown because of the very freedom they sustain? He too is referring to the allegedly adversarial behavior of the media. John Roach, who's the intellectual in residence during the Johnson administration, he answers Sussman's question by calling for congressional investigation of the workings of these private governments, who he claims distorted the record so grossly in their anti-Johnson mission. However, he fears that Congress is too terrified of the media to undertake this urgent task. Both Sussman and Roach are commenting on a 2-volume study of media coverage of the Tet Offensive of 1968, sponsored by Freedom House, written by Peter Braystrup, journalist. This study has been widely hailed as a landmark contribution. John Roach described it as one of the major pieces of investigative reporting and first-rate scholarship of the past quarter century. He calls it a meticulous case study of media incompetence, if not malevolence. This classic of modern scholarship is alleged to have demonstrated that in their incompetent and biased coverage reflecting the adversary culture of the 60s, the media lost the war in Vietnam. They therefore harmed the cause of democracy and freedom, for which the United States fought in vain. This Freedom House study concludes that these failures reflect the more volatile journalistic style that has become so popular since the late 1960s, and they go on to say that it is accompanied with an often mindless readiness to seek out conflict, to believe the worst of the government or of authority in general, and on that basis to divide up the actors on any issue into the good and the bad, where the bad actors include the U.S. forces in Vietnam, the military-industrial complex, the CIA, and the U.S. government generally, and the good in the eyes of the media are presumably the communists, who were consistently overpraised and protected, so the Freedom House study claims. There is, in fact, a striking and interesting aspect of the reporting of the Tet Offensive. Up until the Tet Offensive, the media had typically reported the war as the American command wanted them to see it. Journalists were taken on guided tours. There were very few that did anything different from that, and they presented the war as perceived under the control of the American military. But during the Tet Offensive, that didn't work. The war was all around them. They could look out the windows of their hotels and see fighting, and they saw that it was a very different war than the one that they had been programmed to present. In that respect, coverage of the Tet Offensive was different, but only in that respect. It's by now an established truth that it's almost inescapable that such broad coverage will undermine support for the war effort, particularly the often gory pictorial reportage by television. I'm now quoting from Landrum Bolling, who's speaking in a conference that he directed on the media. The conference was devoted to the question of whether there is indeed no way to effect some kind of balance between the advantages a totalitarian government enjoys because of its ability to control or black out unfavorable news in warfare, and the disadvantages for the free society of allowing open coverage of all the wartime events. The Watergate affair, in which investigative reporting helped force a president from office, as Anthony Lewis points out, that reinforced these dire images of impending destruction of democracy by the freewheeling, independent, and adversarial media. The Iran-Contra scandal contributed to these images. Two kinds of questions arise in connection with these vigorous debates about the media and democracy. The first are questions of fact, the second are questions of value. The basic question of fact is whether the media have indeed adopted an adversarial stance, perhaps with excessive zeal, whether in particular they undermine the defense of freedom in wartime and threaten free institutions by flagellating ourselves and those in power. If that turns out to be true as a matter of fact, we may then ask a further question: would it be proper to impose some external constraints to ensure that the media keep to the bounds of responsibility? Now, the question of fact, which is of course fundamental, is rarely argued. The case is assumed to have been proven. There are some, however, who have argued that the factual premises are simply false. Let's begin with the broadest claims. Let's have a look at the functioning of the so-called free market of ideas. There's an interesting study by Benjamin Ginsberg of the mobilization of popular opinion to promote state power, and after reviewing many features of this, he concludes that, I'm now quoting Ginsberg, he concludes that the marketplace of ideas built during the 19th and 20th centuries effectively disseminates the beliefs and ideas of the upper classes while subverting the ideological and cultural independence of the lower classes. Through the construction of this marketplace, Western governments forged firm and enduring links between socioeconomic position and ideological power. They've therefore permitted upper classes to use each to buttress the other. In the United States in particular, the ability of the upper and middle classes to dominate the marketplace of ideas has generally allowed these strata to shape the entire society's perception of political reality and the range of realistic political and social possibilities. While Westerners usually equate the marketplace with freedom of opinion, the hidden hand of the market can be almost as potent an instrument of control as the iron fist of the state. Now, these conclusions have some initial plausibility on guided free market assumptions that are not particularly controversial. Segments of the media that can reach a substantial audience are major corporations, closely integrated with even larger conglomerates. Like other businesses, they sell a product to buyers. The market to which they sell is advertisers, and the product is audiences, with a bias towards more wealthy audiences, which improve advertising rates. So in effect, the media are major corporations selling privileged audiences to other businesses. It would hardly come as a surprise if the picture of the world they present were to reflect the perspectives and the interests of the sellers, the buyers, and the product. Furthermore, those who occupy managerial positions in the media or gain status within them as commentators belong to the same privileged elites, and it would be reasonable to expect that they would share the perceptions, aspirations, and attitudes of their associates. These reflect their own class interests as well. Journalists entering the system are unlikely to make their way unless they conform to these ideological pressures. Generally, they conform by internalizing the values. It's not easy to say one thing and believe another, and those who fail to conform will tend to be weeded out by familiar mechanisms. There are many other factors that induce the media to conform to the requirements of the state-corporate nexus. To confront power is costly and difficult. High standards of evidence and argument are imposed, and critical analysis will naturally not be welcomed by those who are in a position to react vigorously and to determine the array of rewards and punishments. Conformity to a patriotic agenda, in contrast, imposes no such costs. Charges against official enemies barely require substantiation. They're also protected from correction. Correction can always be dismissed as apologetics for the criminals. Someone who attributes the best intentions to the United States, while perhaps deploring failure and ineptitude, requires no evidence for this stance. So, for example, no evidence is required when we ask why success has continued to elude us in the Third World. Why cannot a nation of such vast wealth, power, and good intentions accomplish its purposes more promptly and more effectively? I'm again quoting Landrum Balling. One needs no evidence to condemn the Soviet Union for aggression in Afghanistan and for support of repression in Poland. It's quite a different matter when one turns to U.S. aggression in Indochina, or its efforts to prevent the political settlement of the Arab-Israeli conflict over many years. All of this is readily documented, but it's unwelcome and therefore a non-fact. No argument is demanded for a condemnation of Iran or Libya for state-supported terrorism. Discussion of the prominent, arguably the dominant role of the United States and its clients in organizing and conducting this plague of the modern era, that elicits only horror and contempt, and evidence, however compelling, is dismissed as irrelevant. As a matter of course, the media and the intellectual journals either praise the United States for dedicating itself to the struggle for democracy in Nicaragua, or they criticize it for the means it has employed to pursue this laudable objective. A challenge to the underlying patriotic assumption is virtually unthinkable within the mainstream, and if such a challenge were permitted expression, it would be dismissed as a variety of ideological fanaticism and absurdity, even if it were backed by overwhelming evidence. Not a very difficult task in this case. Case by case, we find that conformity is the easy way. It's a path to privilege and prestige. Dissidence carries personal costs. These costs may be severe, even in a society that lacks such means of control as death squads, psychiatric prisons, or extermination camps. The very structure of the media is designed to induce conformity to established doctrine. In a 3-minute stretch between commercials, or in 700 words, it's impossible to present unfamiliar thoughts or surprising conclusions with the argument and the evidence that's needed to give them some credibility. It's a natural expectation that the major media will reflect the perspectives and the interests of established power. These expectations, in fact, are amply fulfilled. That has been argued by a number of analysts. My co-author Edward Herman and I have published extensive documentation in joint work and separately to support a conception of how the media function that differs quite sharply from the standard version, what we call a propaganda model of the media. According to this propaganda model, the media serve the interests of state and corporate power, which are closely interlinked. The media frame their reporting and analysis in a manner that supports established privilege and that limits debate and discussion accordingly. To subject the model to a fair test, we've selected examples that are as closely paired as history allows. Crimes attributable to official enemies versus those for which we and our clients bear responsibility. Good deeds, for example elections, conducted by official enemies versus those in U.S. client states. There are by now literally thousands of pages of documentation supporting the conclusions of the propaganda model. By the standards of the social sciences, it's very well confirmed. If there is a serious challenge to this conclusion, I'm unaware of it. The highly regarded Freedom House study that I mentioned before, which is held to have demonstrated the adversarial character of the media, that study collapses upon analysis. It contains innumerable errors and misrepresentations, even falsification of its own documentation, and when all of this is corrected, little remains beyond a complaint that the media were too pessimistic in their pursuit of a righteous cause. I know of no other studies that fare any better. So to summarize, we have two models of the media. There's a sort of standard model, which is that the media are adversarial, cantankerous, obstreperous, that they confront state and private power, and then there's a debate over whether they do this too excessively. That's the standard model. According to the propaganda model, very much the opposite is true. The media are docile, submissive, and they serve the interests of state and corporate power. Those are the two models. And as I've suggested, the propaganda model has very extensive documentation to back it. I'll be giving some examples as I proceed. Now, there are, to be sure, other factors that influence the performance of social institutions as complex as the media. And one can find exceptions to the predictions of the propaganda model. Nevertheless, the propaganda model, I believe, has been shown to provide a very good first approximation which captures essential properties of the media and, in fact, essential properties of the dominant intellectual culture more generally. Journalists often meet a high standard of professionalism in their work. They exhibit courage, integrity, and enterprise, and this includes many of those who report for media that adhere closely to the predictions of the propaganda model. There's no contradiction here. What is at issue is not the honesty of the opinions expressed or the integrity of those who seek the facts. Rather, what is at issue is the choice of topics, the range of opinion permitted expression, the unquestioned premises, and the general framework that's imposed for the presentation of a certain view of the world. Now, I will give a number of examples to illustrate the workings of the propaganda model, but in these lectures I want to rely on the ample material that's in print to establish the basic case. This work has elicited much outrage, vituperation, and falsification, but to my knowledge there is no serious effort to respond to the critique. Rather, such critiques are simply dismissed. Notice again that this is in conformity to the predictions of the propaganda model. Typically, debate over media performance within the mainstream includes critics of the adversarial stance of the media and responses by people who defend the media. But such debate excludes any critique of the media for adhering to the predictions of the propaganda model. It even excludes any recognition that this might be a conceivable position. The media do cheerfully publish condemnations of their, quote, breathtaking lack of balance, or even the appearance of fair-mindedness, and the ills and dangers of today's wayward press. Charges of this nature are often not unwelcome by the media. The first reason is that response is simple or even superfluous, and the second reason is that debate over this issue helps entrench the belief that the media are either independent and objective, with high standards of professional integrity and openness to all reasonable views, or, alternatively, that they're biased towards stylishly leftish flouting of authority. Either conclusion is quite acceptable to established power and privilege. Even the media elites themselves are not averse to the charge that they may have gone too far in pursuing their cantankerous and obstreperous ways in defiance of orthodoxy and power. The spectrum of discussion reflects exactly what a propaganda model would predict: condemnation of liberal bias and defense against this charge, but no recognition of the possibility that liberal bias might simply be an expression of one variant of the narrow state corporate ideology, as quite demonstrably it is. Let me return to the proposals of the Brazilian bishops concerning democratization of the media. One reason why they would appear superfluous or wrong-headed, if raised in our political context, is that the media are assumed to be dedicated to service to the public good, possibly even too extreme in their independence of authority. The assumption, then, is that the media are performing their proper social role, a role that was explained by Supreme Court Justice Powell. Powell stated, "No individual can obtain for himself the information needed for the intelligent discharge of his political responsibilities. By enabling the public to assert meaningful control over the political process, the press performs a crucial function in effecting the societal purpose of the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees freedom of press." There's an alternative conception, which I believe is valid, and that is that the media are indeed serving a societal purpose, but quite a different one. They are serving the purpose that is also served by state education, as conceived by James Mill in the early days of the establishment of this system. That is, to, quote, train the minds of the people to a virtuous attachment to their government, and more generally to the arrangements of the social, economic, and political order. Far from contributing to a crisis of democracy of a sort that's feared by the liberal establishment, the media are vigilant guardians, protecting privilege from the threat of public understanding and participation. Our political culture has a different conception of democracy from that of the Brazilian bishops. For the Brazilian bishops, democracy means that citizens should have the opportunity to inform themselves, to take part in inquiry and discussion and policy formation, and to advance their programs through political action. For us, democracy is much more narrowly conceived. The citizen is a consumer, an observer, not a participant. The public has the right to ratify policies that originate elsewhere, but if these limits are exceeded, we have not democracy, but a crisis of democracy that must somehow be resolved. This concept is based on doctrines that were laid down by the founding fathers of American democracy. Historian Joyce Appleby observes that, I'm quoting her, that the Federalists hoped that the new American political institutions would continue to function within the old assumptions about a politically active elite and a deferential, compliant electorate. The Federalist conception prevailed, despite their electoral defeat. It was expressed lucidly by John Jay, the President of the Continental Congress and the first Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. Jay said, "The people who own the country ought to govern it." By the people, constitutional historian Richard Morris observes, he meant a small nationalist elite whom he was too cautious to name. That elite consisted of the white propertied males for whom the constitutional order was established. The vast exodus of loyalists and blacks to Canada and elsewhere reflected in part their insight into these realities. Jay and his associates were convinced that, as they put it, the people are well prepared for the government to assume that power without which government is but a name, and such few as are of a different opinion may easily be convinced of their mistake by that powerful argument, the halter. So one associate of Jay's wrote in 1783. John Jay's maxim that those who own the country ought to govern it, that is in fact the principle on which the Republic was founded and maintained. And in its very nature, capitalist democracy cannot stray very far from this pattern. At home, that means that politics should reduce, in effect, to interactions among groups of investors who compete for control of the state. This conception is what political scientist Thomas Ferguson calls the investment theory of politics, and he argues, I think very plausibly, that it explains a large part of U.S. political history. For our dependencies, the same basic principle entails that democracy is achieved when the society is under the control of local oligarchies, business-based elements linked to U.S. investors, the military under our control, and professionals who can be trusted to follow orders and serve the interests of U.S. power and privilege. If there's any popular challenge to the rule of these elements, then we are entitled to resort to violence to restore democracy. I use here the term that's conventionally employed by the media in reference to the Reagan doctrine in Nicaragua, where we are restoring democracy. In reference to the Third World, the media contrast the Democrats with the Communists. The Democrats are those who serve the interests of U.S. power. The Communists are those afflicted with a disease that's called ultranationalism in top-secret U.S. government planning documents, such as those of the National Security Council going back for many decades. These documents explain very forthrightly that the threat to U.S. interests is nationalistic regimes that respond to domestic pressures for improvement of living standards and for social reform, regimes that have insufficient regard for the needs of U.S. investors. The media then are following the rules of the game when they contrast the fledgling democracies of Central America, which are under military and business control, with communist Nicaragua. And one can easily appreciate why the media suppress the 1987 polls in El Salvador that reveal that a mere 10% of the population believe that there is a process of democracy and freedom in the country at present. The point is that the benighted Salvadorans doubtless fail to comprehend the American concept of democracy. In accordance with these conceptions, there's no infringement on democracy if a few corporations control the information system. In fact, that is the essence of democracy. In the annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, a prestigious U.S. journal, the leading figure of the public relations industry, Edward Bernays, explained back in the 1940s that the very essence of the democratic process is the freedom to persuade and suggest, what he calls the engineering of consent. He goes on to say, a leader frequently cannot wait for the people to arrive at even general understanding. Democratic leaders must play their part in engineering consent to socially constructive goals and values. They must apply scientific principles and tried practices to the task of getting people to support ideas and programs. He doesn't say this, but it's understood that business will judge what is socially constructive, and business will engineer consent through the media and implement policy through the state authorities. If the freedom to persuade happens to be concentrated in a few hands, as it obviously is, we must recognize that that's the nature of a free society. Similar ideas are standard across the political spectrum. The dean of U.S. journalists, Walter Lippmann, observed that what he called the manufacture of consent has become, quote, a self-conscious art and a regular organ of popular government. He felt that this was quite appropriate because, in his words, the common interests very largely elude public opinion entirely and can be managed only by a specialized class whose personal interests reach beyond the locality. Lippmann was writing shortly after World War I. At that time, the liberal intellectual community was much impressed with their success in serving as, quote, the faithful and helpful interpreters of what seems to be one of the greatest enterprises ever undertaken by an American president. The enterprise was Woodrow Wilson's interpretation of his electoral mandate for peace without victory as the occasion for pursuing victory without peace. In this he was assisted by the liberal intellectuals who later praised themselves in their words for having imposed their will upon a reluctant or indifferent majority. 15 years later, in 1933, political scientist Harold Lasswell explained in an article in the Encyclopedia of Social Sciences that we should not succumb to what he called democratic dogmatisms about men being the best judges of their own interests. They are not. The best judges are the elites, who must therefore be ensured the means to impose their will for the common good. When social arrangements deny them the required force to compel obedience, it's necessary to turn to what Lasswell called a whole new technique of control, largely through propaganda, because of the ignorance and superstition of the masses. In the same years, the much-respected moralist Reinhold Niebuhr argued that rationality belongs to the cool observers, while the proletarian follows not reason but faith, based upon a crucial element of necessary illusion. Without such illusion, Niebuhr held, the ordinary person will descend to inertia. Niebuhr was then in his Marxist phase, and he urged that those whom he addressed, that is, the cool observers, recognize the stupidity of the average man and provide the emotionally potent oversimplifications that are required to keep the proletarian on course to create a new society. These basic conceptions underwent very little change as Niebuhr became what Richard Rovere called the official establishment theologian, offering counsel to those who face the responsibilities of power. After World War II, as the ignorant public reverted to their slothful pacifism at a time when elites understood that we must mobilize for renewed global conflict, historian Thomas Bailey wrote that, quote, because the masses are notoriously short-sighted and generally cannot see danger until it is at their throats, our statesmen are forced to deceive them into an awareness of their own long-run interests. Deception of the people may become increasingly necessary unless we are willing to give our leaders in Washington a freer hand. Moving to another point on the political spectrum, the conservative contempt for democracy is succinctly articulated by Sir Louis Nemir, who writes that, quote, there is no free will in the thinking and action of the masses, any more than in the revolution of the planets, in the migration of birds, and in the plunging of hordes of lemmings into the sea. Only disaster could ensue, therefore, if the masses are permitted to enter the arena of decision-making in a meaningful way. Across the political spectrum, the fact that the voice of the people is heard in democratic societies is considered a problem to be overcome. The problem must be overcome by ensuring somehow that the public voice speaks the right words. The general conception is that leaders control us, not that we control them. If the population is out of control and propaganda doesn't work, then the state is forced underground to clandestine operations and secret wars. The scale of covert operations is often quite a good measure of popular dissidence. That was dramatically the case during the Reagan period. Among this group of self-styled conservatives, the commitment to untrammeled executive power and the contempt for democracy reached unusual heights. Accordingly, so did the resort to propaganda campaigns, targeting the media and the general population. One example was the establishment of the State Department Office of Latin American Public Diplomacy, which conducted such projects as Operation Truth. That was described by one high government official as a huge psychological operation of the kind the military conducts to influence a population in denied or enemy territory. The terms express lucidly the attitude towards the errant public, enemy territory that must be conquered and subdued. Sometimes the domestic enemy is hard to subdue. That was happening by the late 1960s. Lyndon Johnson was never able to declare a national mobilization to fight the Vietnam War efficiently in the manner of World War II, which turned out to be highly beneficial to the U.S. economy under the national mobilization. Johnson, in contrast, was forced to fight what was called a guns and butter war with deficit financing, and he was forced to do that in order to prevent an explosion in enemy territory at home. That was very harmful to the American economy. And after the Tet Offensive, business elites generally concluded that the enterprise should be liquidated as too costly. It was public dissidence and protest that made it too costly. That's a fact that should be remembered by people who hope to influence government policy in elite-run democracies. When the Reaganites came into office, they pretty clearly intended to undertake direct military intervention in Central America in the Kennedy-Johnson style. They assumed that the domestic enemy had been tamed. That was the import of the February 1981 White Paper. To their very great surprise, however, large-scale protest arose all through the country. The administration at that point turned to illegal clandestine operations. They were driven underground by the domestic enemy. This, in fact, is the real meaning of the Iran-Contra affair. In the dependencies, we may turn to violence to restore democracy. At home, more subtle means are required. The manufacture of consent, deceiving the stupid masses with necessary illusions, covert operations, while the media and Congress pretend not to see until it all becomes too obvious to be suppressed. At that point, we shift to the phase of damage control to ensure that public attention is diverted to overzealous patriots or personality defects of leaders who have strayed from our noble commitments. The task of the free press in such circumstances is to take the proceedings seriously and to describe them as a tribute to the soundness of our self-correcting institutions. In tomorrow's lecture, I want to concentrate on the project of containing the enemy, where in fact there are two enemies that have to be contained. One is the foreign enemy. The second are the residents of enemy territory at home, the domestic population.
The 1988 CBC Massey Lectures about media, propaganda, and democracy are presented by Noam Chomsky, Institute Professor in the Departments of Linguistics and Philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. You can find an extended discussion of Professor Chomsky's propaganda model of the media in a new book he's written with co-author Edward Herman called Manufacturing Consent. It's published by Pantheon, and it's available now in libraries and bookstores. The Massey Lectures, produced for Ideas by Max Allen, continue tomorrow. I'm Lister Sinclair. On Ideas, the 1988 Massey Lectures about media, propaganda, and democracy. In his first talk in this series last night, Noam Chomsky said that a primary function of the mass media is to mobilize public support for the special interests that dominate the government and the private sector. Perhaps this is an obvious point, but the common assumption seems to be that the media are independent and committed to discovering and reporting the truth. In countries where the levers of power are in the hands of a state bureaucracy, monopolistic control of the media makes it clear that the media serve the ends of the dominant elite. It is much more difficult to see a propaganda system at work where the media are private and formal censorship is absent. Tonight, Professor Chomsky will talk about containing the enemy at home and abroad, a project of the corporate media that ranges from red scares to business-oriented public relations. Noam Chomsky.
Last night I mentioned three models of media organization. First model is corporate monopoly, the second state-controlled media, and the third a democratic communications policy as advanced by the Brazilian bishops who I quoted. The first model, that is the model of corporate monopoly, that reduces democratic participation to zero, just as other corporations are in principle exempt from popular control by workforce or community. In the case of state-controlled media, democratic participation might vary depending on how the political system functions. In practice, the state media are generally kept in line by the forces that have the power to dominate the state and by an apparatus of cultural managers that cannot stray far from the bounds they set. The third model, the model of a democratic communications policy, that is untried in practice, just as a socio-political system with significant popular engagement remains largely a concern for the future, either a hope or a fear, depending on one's evaluation of the right of the public to shape their own affairs. The model of media as corporate monopoly is the natural system for capitalist democracy. It has, accordingly, reached its highest form in the most advanced of these societies, particularly the United States, where public radio and television are limited in scope and elements of the radical democratic model exist only at the margins in listener-supported radio or the alternative or local press. In this respect, the United States represents the form towards which capitalist democracy is tending. There are other related tendencies, including the progressive elimination of unions and other popular organizations that interfere with private power, an electoral system that is increasingly stage-managed as a public relations exercise, avoidance of welfare measures such as national health insurance that impinge upon the prerogatives of the privileged, and so on. From this perspective, it's quite reasonable for Cyrus Vance and Henry Kissinger to describe the United States as a model democracy now being understood as a system of business control of political as well as other major institutions. Other Western democracies are generally a few steps behind in these respects. Most have not yet achieved the U.S. system of one political party with two factions controlled by shifting segments of the business community. Rather, they still retain parties based on working people and the poor, and to some extent representing their interests. But these are declining, along with cultural institutions that sustain different values and concerns, and along with organizational forms that provide isolated individuals with the means to think and to act outside the framework imposed by private power. For obvious reasons, the political class and the cultural managers are drawn generally from the sectors that dominate the private economy. The radical Democrats of the 17th century English Revolution held that it, as they put it will never be a good world while knights and gentlemen make us laws. It will never be well with us till we have parliaments of countrymen like ourselves that know our wants. But Parliament and the preachers had a different vision. When we mention the people they held, we do not mean the confused, promiscuous body of the people. The same controversy arose in the early days of the American Revolution. Under the earlier Confederation, artisans, farmers, and others of the common people had demanded that they be represented by men of their own kind. They had learned from the revolutionary experience that they were as capable as anyone of deciding what was wrong in their lives and of organizing themselves so they could do something about it. But that was not to be. The representatives of the people do not come from or return to the workplace. Rather, they come from and return to law offices catering to business interests, executive suites, and other places of privilege. As for the media, in England, a lively labor-oriented press reaching a broad public existed into the 1960s. At that point, it was finally eliminated through the workings of the market. At the time of its demise in 1964, the Daily Herald had over 5 times as many readers as the Times, and it had almost double the readership of the Times, the Financial Times, and the Guardian combined. But this journal, partially owned by the unions and labor-oriented, appealed to the wrong people, James Curran points out in a study of the decline of the independent media. The same was true of other elements of the social democratic press that died at the same time. They appealed to the wrong people, and they died in large part because they were deprived of the same level of subsidy through advertising and private capital as sustained what's called the quality press, which not only reflects the values and interests of its middle-class readers, Curran points out, but also gives them force, clarity, and coherence, and plays an important ideological role in amplifying and renewing the dominant political consensus. There are then natural processes at work to facilitate the control of enemy territory at home. Similarly, the global planning that was undertaken by U.S. elites during and after World War II assumed that principles of liberal internationalism would satisfy what they described as the requirement of the United States in a world in which it proposes to hold unquestioned power. The global policy goes under the name of containment. The manufacture of consent at home is its domestic counterpart. The two policies are, in fact, closely intertwined, since the domestic population must be mobilized to pay the costs of containment, and these costs may be severe, both material and moral costs. The rhetoric of containment is designed to give a defensive cast to the project of global management, and it therefore serves as part of the domestic system of thought control. It's rather remarkable that the terminology is so easily adopted given the questions that it begs. The underlying assumption is that there's a stable international order that the United States must defend. The general contours of this international order were developed by U.S. planners during and after World War II. They recognized the extraordinary scale of U.S. power, and they proposed to construct a global system that the United States would dominate and within which U.S. business interests would thrive. As much of the world as possible was to constitute what they called a grand area, and that grand area would be subordinated to the needs of the American economy. Within the grand area, other capitalist societies would be encouraged to develop, but without the kinds of protective devices that would interfere with U.S. prerogatives. In particular, only the United States would be permitted to dominate regional systems. The United States moved to take effective control over world energy production, and it organized a world system in which the various components would fulfill their functions within the overall framework of order managed by the United States, as Henry Kissinger was later to explain. The Soviet Union has been considered the major threat to the planned international order for quite good reasons. In part, this follows from its very existence as a great power controlling an imperial system that could not be incorporated within the grand area. In part, this follows from the occasional efforts of the Soviet Union to expand the domains of its power, as in Afghanistan. But it's important to understand how broadly the concept of defense is construed if we wish to evaluate the assessment of Soviet crimes. Thus, the Soviet Union is a threat to world order if it provides support for people opposing U.S. designs, for example, the South Vietnamese, who were engaged in what the U.S. government called internal aggression against their selfless American defenders. Or the Soviet Union is a threat to order if it supports Nicaraguans, who are illegitimately combating the depredations of the U.S.-run democratic resistance, as it's called. Such actions prove that Soviet leaders are not serious about détente and cannot be trusted, so statesmen and commentators soberly observe. Thus, Nicaragua will be a prime place to test the sanguine forecast that Gorbachev is now turning down the heat in the Third World, so the Washington Post editors explain, placing the onus for the U.S. attack against Nicaragua on the Russians, while warning of the threat of this Soviet outpost to overwhelm and terrorize its neighbors. Although containing the Soviet Union has been the dominant theme of U.S. foreign policy only since the United States became a truly global power after World War II, the Soviet Union had been considered an intolerable threat to order since the Bolshevik Revolution. Accordingly, it has been the main enemy of the elite media. In 1920, Walter Lippmann and Charles Mertz produced a critical study of New York Times coverage of the Bolshevik Revolution. They describe this coverage as nothing short of a disaster from the point of view of professional journalism. Editorial policy, which was deeply hostile to the Bolsheviks, profoundly and crassly influenced their news columns. For subjective reasons, the Times staff accepted and believed most of what they were told by the U.S. government and the agents and adherents of the old regime. They dismissed Soviet peace offers as merely a tactic to enable the Bolsheviks to concentrate their energies for a renewed drive toward worldwide revolution and the imminent Red invasion of Europe. The Bolsheviks, Lippmann and Mertz wrote, were portrayed as simultaneously both cadaver and worldwide menace, and the Red peril appeared at every turn to obstruct the restoration of peace in Eastern Europe and Asia and to frustrate the resumption of economic life. When President Wilson called for intervention, the New York Times responded by urging that we drive the Bolsheviki out of Petrograd and Moscow. Change a few names and dates, and we have a rather fair appraisal of the treatment of Indochina yesterday and Central America today by the national media. With regard to the Soviet Union, the concept of containment has had two variants over the years. The Doves were reconciled to a form of containment in which the Soviet Union would dominate roughly the areas occupied by the Red Army in the war against Hitler. The Hawks had much broader aspirations. These were expressed in what was called the rollback strategy. It was outlined in important National Security Memorandum NSC 68 of April 1950, shortly before the Korean War. This crucial document was made public in 1975. NSC 68 interpreted containment, I'm quoting it now, as intended to foster the seeds of destruction within the Soviet system and to make it possible to negotiate a settlement with the Soviet Union or a successor state or states. Establishment of grand area principles abroad and necessary illusions at home does not simply await the hidden hand of the market. At home, the state has often employed force to curb dissent, and there have been regular campaigns by business to control the public mind and suppress challenges to private power when implicit controls do not suffice. The ideology of anti-communism has generally served this purpose since World War I. In earlier years, we were defending ourselves from other evil forces, the Huns, the British, the Spanish, the Mexicans, the Canadian Papists, and the merciless Indian savages, as they're called in the Declaration of Independence. But since the Bolshevik Revolution, and particularly in the era of bipolar world power that emerged from the ashes of World War II, a more credible enemy has been the monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that seeks to subvert our noble endeavors, in John F. Kennedy's phrase, Ronald Reagan's evil empire. In the early Cold War years, Dean Acheson and Paul Nitze planned to bludgeon the mass mind of top government, as Acheson put it, with a frightening portrayal of the communist threat. In a scholarly monograph on post-war planning, William Borden points out that their goal was to overcome public, business, and congressional desires for peace, low taxes, and sound fiscal policies, and to mobilize popular support for the full-scale rearmament they felt necessary to overcome communist ideology and Western economic vulnerability. The Korean War served these purposes admirably. The ambiguous and complex interactions that led to the war were ignored in favor of the more useful image of a Kremlin campaign of world conquest. Dean Acheson, meanwhile, observed that in the Korean hostilities, an excellent opportunity is offered to disrupt the Soviet peace offensive, which is assuming serious proportions and having a certain effect on public opinion. These manipulations provided a standard for later practice. In earlier years, Woodrow Wilson's Red Scare effectively demolished unions and other dissident elements. A prominent feature was the suppression of independent politics and free speech, based on the principle that the state is entitled to act to prevent improper thought or its expression. Wilson's Creel Commission, dedicated to creating war fever among the generally pacifist population, had demonstrated the efficacy of organized propaganda with the cooperation of the media and the intellectuals. They devoted themselves to such tasks as historical engineering. That's the term that was devised by historian Frederick Paxson, who was one of the founders of the National Board for Historical Service, established by U.S. historians to serve the state by, quote, explaining the issues of the war that we might the better win it. There are two lasting institutional consequences. One was the rise of the public relations industry, one of whose leading figures, Edward Bernays, had served on the Wartime Propaganda Commission, and another was the establishment of the FBI as, in effect, a national political police, and that is a primary function that it serves until today. The effectiveness of the state corporate propaganda system is, in fact, quite remarkable. It's illustrated by the fate of May Day. May Day is a workers' holiday throughout the world. It originated in response to the judicial murder of several anarchists after the Haymarket Affair of May 1886. This was part of a campaign of international solidarity with U.S. workers who were struggling for an 8-hour day. In the United States, all of this is quite unknown. May Day has become what's called Law Day. It's a jingoist celebration of our 200-year-old partnership between law and liberty, as Ronald Reagan declared, while designating May 1st as Law Day 1984. And he added that without law, there can be only chaos and disorder. The day before, he had announced that the United States would disregard the proceedings of the International Court of Justice that later condemned the United States for its unlawful use of force and violation of treaties in its attack against Nicaragua. Law Day also served as the occasion for Reagan's declaration of May 1st, 1985, announcing an embargo against Nicaragua. Reagan actually declared a national emergency, which has since been renewed annually because, in the official wording, the policies and actions of the government of Nicaragua constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. All of this was with the approbation of Congress, the media, and the intellectual community generally, or in some circles, embarrassed silence. The submissiveness of the society to business dominance was secured by Wilson's Red Scare, but it began to erode during the Great Depression. In 1938, the Board of Directors of the National Association of Manufacturers described the hazard facing industrialists in the newly realized political power of the masses. Unless their thinking is directed, it warned, we are definitely headed for adversity. Combined with strong-arm methods, propaganda campaigns were used quite effectively to subdue the labor movement in subsequent years. These propaganda campaigns spent millions of dollars to tell the public that nothing was wrong and that grave dangers lurked in the proposed remedies of the unions. So the La Follette Committee of the Senate observed in its study of business propaganda. In the post-Second World War period, the public relations campaign intensified, employing the media and other devices to identify what was called free enterprise. That means state-subsidized private profit with no infringement on managerial prerogatives, and that had to be identified as the American way, threatened by dangerous subversives. In 1954, Daniel Bell, who was at that time an editor of Fortune magazine, wrote that it has been industry's prime concern in the post-war years to change the climate of opinion ushered in by the Depression. This, quote, free enterprise campaign has two essential aims: to re-win the loyalty of the worker, which now goes to the union, and to halt creeping socialism. By creeping socialism is meant the mildly reformist capitalism of the New Deal. The scale of business public relation campaigns, Bell continues, was staggering through advertising in press and radio and other means, and the effects were soon seen in legislation constraining union activity and the attack on independent thought that's often mislabeled McCarthyism. In fact, McCarthy was a latecomer. More generally, any articulate challenge to business domination was eliminated during this period. The media and intellectual community cooperated with enthusiasm. The universities in particular were effectively purged, and they remained so until the crisis of democracy dawned and students and younger faculty began to ask the wrong kinds of questions in the 1960s. At that point, there was a renewed, though less effective, purge, while in a further exercise of necessary illusion, it was claimed, and still is, that the universities were virtually taken over by left-wing totalitarians. To decode that and turn it into English, what it means is that the grip of orthodoxy was somewhat relaxed. As early as 1947, a State Department public relations officer remarked that smart public relations has paid off as it has before and will again. Public opinion is not moving to the right, he said. It has been moved. While the rest of the world has moved to the left, admitted labor into government, passed liberalized legislation, the United States has become anti-social change, anti-economic change, anti-labor, thanks to this public relations campaign. Operations of domestic thought control are commonly undertaken in the wake of wars and other crises. The reason is that these tend to encourage the so-called crisis of democracy, that is, the persistent fear of privileged elites, and that requires measures to reverse the thrust of popular democracy that threatens established power. Wilson's Red Scare served the purpose after World War I, and the pattern was reenacted when World War II ended. The Vietnam War and the popular movements of the 1960s elicited similar concerns. The inhabitants of enemy territory at home had to be controlled and suppressed so as to restore the ability of U.S. corporations to compete in the more diverse world market by reducing real wages and welfare benefits and weakening working-class organization. Young people in particular had to be convinced that they must be concerned only for themselves, that they must share in a culture of narcissism. Other newly mobilized sectors of the special interests also had to be restrained or dissolved. These tasks sometimes required a degree of force, as we learn from the programs of the FBI, to undermine the ethnic movements and the other elements of the rising dissident culture by instigating violence or sometimes the direct exercise of violence and by other means of intimidation and harassment. Another task was to overcome the dread Vietnam syndrome that impeded the resort to forceful means to control the dependencies. Commentary editor Norman Podhoretz explained that the task was to overcome what he called the sickly inhibitions against the use of military force that developed in revulsion against the Indochina wars. This problem was resolved, he hoped, in the glorious conquest of Grenada, when 6,000 elite troops succeeded in overcoming the resistance of several dozen Cubans and some Grenadan militiamen, winning 8,000 medals of honor for their prowess. To overcome the Vietnam syndrome, it was necessary to present the United States as the aggrieved party and the Vietnamese as the aggressors. That's a difficult task, you might think, at least those who are unfamiliar with the measures available for controlling the public mind might think so. The mechanisms by which a more satisfactory version of history was established have been reviewed elsewhere, but a few words are in order as to their remarkable success. By 1977, President Jimmy Carter was able to explain in a news conference that we have no need to apologize or to castigate ourselves or to assume the status of culpability, and we do not owe a debt. The reason, he said, is because our intentions were to defend the freedom of the South Vietnamese and because the destruction was mutual. That pronouncement passed without comment to my knowledge, apparently being considered as quite reasonable. Such balanced concern, incidentally, is not limited to soulful advocates of human rights. It appears quite regularly, evoking no comment. I'll take a current case. After the shooting down of an Iranian civilian airliner by the U.S. Navy, the Boston Globe ran a column by political scientist Jerry Ho of Duke University and the Brookings Institute, in which he explained that, I'm quoting him now, if the disaster in the downing of the Iranian airliner leads this country to move away from its obsession with symbolic nuclear arms control and to concentrate on the problems of warfighting, command and control of the military, and limitations of conventional weapons, then 290 people will not have died in vain. That's an assessment that differs slightly from the media barrage after the downing of KAL-007 by the Russians. A New York Times editorial obliquely took exception to President Carter's interesting moral judgment that we owe no debt because the destruction was mutual. Under the heading, "The Indochina Debt That Lingers," the editors observed that no debate over who owes whom how much can be allowed to obscure the worst horrors of our involvement in Southeast Asia. Here they are referring to the horrors experienced by many of those in flight from the communist monsters. At the time, that was a small fraction of the many hundreds of thousands fleeing their homes in Asia, including 100,000 boat people from the Philippines in 1977, and thousands fleeing U.S.-backed terror in Timor, not to speak of hundreds of thousands more escaping the U.S.-backed terror states of Latin America. None of them merited such concern, or even more than cursory notice in the news columns, if that. It is beyond imagining in responsible circles that the United States might have some culpability for mass slaughter and for leaving 3 countries in ruins, or owe some debt to the millions of maimed and orphaned, or to the peasants who still die from exploding ordnance left from the U.S. assault. Meanwhile, the Pentagon, when asked whether there's any way to remove the hundreds of thousands of anti-personnel bomblets that kill children today in such areas as the Plain of Chars in Laos, comments helpfully that people should not live in these areas. They know the problem. The situation is quite different with regard to Afghanistan. In that case, press headlines read, "Mines put Afghans in peril on return. U.S. rebukes Soviets on Afghan mine clearing." The difference is that these are Soviet mines, so it's only natural for the United States to call for an international effort to provide the refugees with training and equipment to destroy or dismantle them, and to denounce the Russians for their lack of cooperation in this worthy endeavor. The press responds with the usual selective humanitarian zeal. The media are not satisfied with mutual destruction, that he faces all responsibility for major war crimes. Rather, the burden of guilt must be shifted to the victims. Under the heading, Vietnam trying to be nicer still has a long way to go, New York Times Asia correspondent Barbara Crossett quotes Charles Prince of Human Rights Advocates International, who says that it's about time the Vietnamese demonstrated some goodwill. Prince is referring to negotiations about the Amerasian children, who constitute a tiny fraction of the victims of U.S. aggression in Indochina. Crossett adds that the Vietnamese have also not been sufficiently forthcoming on the matter of the remains of American soldiers, though their behavior may be improving. There has been progress, albeit slow, on the missing Americans, she writes, but the Vietnamese have not yet paid their debt to us, so humanitarian concerns left by the war remain unresolved. Crossett also quotes a Pentagon statement expressing the hope that Hanoi will take action to resolve this long-standing humanitarian issue of the remains of U.S. servicemen shot down over North Vietnam by the evil communists. That's the only humanitarian issue that comes to mind, apparently, when we consider the legacy of the war. Another report deplores Vietnamese refusal to cooperate in key humanitarian areas, quoting liberal congressmen on Hanoi's horrible and cruel behavior and Hanoi's responsibility for lack of progress on humanitarian issues, meaning the matter of U.S. servicemen still missing from the Vietnam War. The same report in the press continues, Hanoi's recalcitrance brought back the bitter memories that Vietnam can still evoke among the suffering Americans. So profound are the humanitarian impulses that guide this deeply moral society that even the right-wing Senator John McCain is now calling for diplomatic relations with Vietnam. He holds no hatred for the Vietnamese, he says, even though he's a former Navy pilot who spent 5.5 years as an unwilling guest in the Hanoi Hilton as a North Vietnamese prisoner, editor David Greenway of the Boston Globe comments. And Greenway adds, if McCain can put aside his bitterness, so can we all. The educated community he addresses would not find it odd to urge that we overcome our natural bitterness against the Vietnamese for what they did to us. These examples illustrate the power of the system of manufacture of necessary illusions, at least among the educated elites, who are the prime targets of propaganda and its purveyors. It would be difficult to conjure up an achievement that might lie beyond the reach of mechanisms of indoctrination that can portray the United States as an innocent victim of Vietnam. Throughout the period of U.S. global hegemony, there has been no hesitation to resort to force if the welfare of U.S. elites is threatened by what top-level planning documents describe as the threat of nationalistic regimes that are responsive to popular demands, I'm quoting, for improvement in the low living standards of the masses and production for domestic needs, and that seek to control their own resources. To counter such threats, the top-secret planning documents explain, the U.S. must encourage a political and economic climate conducive to private investment of both foreign and domestic capital. This must include opportunity to earn, and in the case of foreign capital, to repatriate a reasonable return. The means, it is frankly explained, must ultimately be force, because such policies somehow fail to gain much popular support and are constantly threatened by what are called subversive forces. If the media are to serve their societal purpose, such matters as these must be beyond the pale, remote from public awareness, and the massive evidence provided by the documentary record and evolving history must be consigned to dusty archives or marginal publications. We may speak in retrospect of blunders, misinterpretation, personal failings, even corruption and deceit on the part of leaders gone astray. But the study of institutions and how they function must be scrupulously ignored apart from fringe elements or a relatively obscure scholarly literature. These results have been quite satisfactorily achieved. In capitalist democracies of the Third World, the situation is often much the same. Costa Rica, for example, is rightly regarded as the model democracy of Latin America. The press is firmly in the hands of the ultra-right, so there need be no concern over freedom of the press in Costa Rica, and none is voiced in the mainstream. In this case, the result was not achieved by force, but rather by the free market, assisted by legal measures to control so-called communists, and apparently an influx of North American capital in the 1960s. Where such means have not sufficed to enforce the approved version of democracy and freedom of the press, others are readily available and are considered right and proper as long as they succeed. El Salvador in the past decade provides a dramatic illustration. In the 1970s, there was a proliferation of popular organizations, many sponsored by the church, including peasant associations and self-help groups, unions, and so on. The reaction was a violent outburst of state terror, which continues, organized by the United States with bipartisan backing and general media support as well. Any residual qualms dissolved after fraudulent elections had been conducted for the benefit of the home front. Meanwhile, the Reagan administration ordered a reduction in the more visible terror when the population was judged to be sufficiently traumatized, and it appeared that torture, murder, mutilation, and disappearance were beginning to pose problems back home in the United States. There had been an independent press in El Salvador, including two newspapers, La Crónica and El Independiente. They were destroyed in 1980 and 1981 by the security forces. The editor of La Crónica and a photographer were taken from a San Salvador coffee shop and hacked to pieces with machetes. The editor of El Independiente fled after 3 assassination attempts, arrest and torture of staff members, and occupation and destruction of the plant by the armed forces. Concern for these matters was so high in the United States that there was not one word in the New York Times news columns reporting the facts, and not one editorial comment. The editor who fled was indeed permitted a statement on the opinion page in which he condemned the Duarte junta for having succeeded in extinguishing the expression of any dissident opinion, and expressed his belief that the so-called death squads are nothing more or less than the military itself. That was the limit of the coverage. It's not that the U.S. media are unconcerned with freedom of the press in Central America. Media critic Francisco Goldman counted 263 references to the tribulations of the Nicaraguan newspaper La Prensa in the New York Times in the past 4 years. The distinguishing criterion is not obscure. The Salvadoran newspapers were independent voices stilled by the murderous violence of U.S. clients. La Prensa is an agency of the U.S. campaign to overthrow the government of Nicaragua. Therefore, it is a worthy victim whose harassment calls forth anguish and outrage. Before the editor of La Crónica was murdered and mutilated, he visited New York to plead for international pressure to deter terrorists from destroying his paper. He reported that he had received threats from a death squad that undoubtedly enjoys the support of the military, and that 2 bombs had been found in his house, that the paper's offices were machine-gunned and set afire, and his home surrounded by soldiers. These problems began, he said, when his paper began to demand reforms in land holdings. This angered the dominant classes. There was no response to his appeal, no international pressure developed, and he was murdered. But in fact, 4 bombings of his paper in the preceding 6 months had received 70 words prior to his assassination. In El Salvador, the church radio station was repeatedly bombed, and troops occupied the archdiocese building, destroying the radio station and ransacking the newspaper offices. Once again, this elicited no reaction. Nor have the New York Times Central America correspondents reported that leading church figures who have fled from El Salvador, including a close associate of the assassinated Archbishop Romero, cannot return to the death squad democracy they applaud for fear of assassination. Times editors call upon the Reagan administration to use its pressure on behalf of peace and pluralism in Nicaragua. No such strictures apply to El Salvador. In such ways as these, with selective humanitarian zeal, and careful selection of the kinds of evidence that can reach the public, the free press works to implant the illusions that are necessary to control the domestic enemy.
Several weeks ago, Professor Chomsky presented some of the material in these lectures to an audience at Ryerson Polytechnical Institute in Toronto, after which he was questioned by a panel of Canadian journalists. This is David Frum, associate editor of Saturday Night Magazine.
You say that what the media do is to ignore certain kinds of atrocities that are committed by us and our friends, and to play up enormously atrocities that are committed by them and our enemies. And you posit, in fact, you say in the Massey lectures that there's a test of integrity and moral honesty, which is to have a kind of equality of treatment of corpses.
Equality of principles.
I mean, that every dead person should be in principle equal to every other dead person.
That's not what I say at all.
Well, I'm glad that's not what you say, because in fact, that's not what you do.
Of course it's not what I do, nor would I say it. In fact, I say the opposite. What I say is that we should be responsible for our own actions primarily. That's something quite different.
But it isn't. But
Polish with 100 priests.
I wasn't equating them. I was comparing the treatment of them. If you want my value judgment, we should give much more attention to one priest who we've killed than to 100 priests that they've killed. Notice that this is exactly
your method.
That's exactly my method.
Because your method is to ignore. Is not so much not only to ignore the corpses created by them, but also to ignore the corpses that are created by neither side, but which are irrelevant to your ideological
That's
agenda.
totally untrue.
Well, let me give you an example.
Okay.
One of your own causes that you take very seriously is the cause of the Palestinians, and a Palestinian corpse weighs very heavily on your conscience, and yet a Kurdish corpse does not.
That's not true at all. I've been involved in Kurdish support groups for years. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely false. I mean, just ask the Kurdish, ask the people who are involved in, they come to me, I sign their petitions and so on and so forth. In fact, if you look at the things we've written, let's take a look. I'm not Amnesty International. I can't do everything. I'm a single person. But if you read, say, take a look, say, at the book that Edward Herman and I wrote on this topic. We wrote a book about this in 1979. In it, we discuss three kinds of atrocities, not two, three kinds of bloodbaths. What we called benign bloodbaths, which nobody cares about, constructive bloodbaths, which are the ones we like, and nefarious bloodbaths, which are the ones that the bad guys do. Constructive bloodbaths are things like the Indonesian massacres, which we supported. Nefarious bloodbaths are like Pol Pot. But we also discussed ones that nobody cares about, like Burundi. For example, we have probably the only discussion in the literature, I guess, of the massacres that were going on in Burundi at that time. We probably have the only discussion in the literature, at least that I know of the massacres that are going on in Burma. Now, in fact, not only is what you say not true, but it's the opposite of the truth. We went out of our way to find the kinds of bloodbaths that are just ignored because nobody cares about them. Now, again, let me stress, I'm not Amnesty International. I do not have the ludicrous egotism which makes me the arbiter of all atrocities over the world, right? I'm not trying to give an A to this country and a B- to this country and so on. The principle that I think we ought to follow is not the one that you stated. It's the principle that we rightly expect Soviet dissidents to follow. So what principle do we expect Sakharov to follow, let's say? What lets us decide whether Sakharov's a moral person? I think he is. Sakharov does not treat every corpse does not treat every atrocity as identical. He has nothing to say about American atrocities. And when he's asked, he says, I don't know anything about them, I don't care about them. What he talks about is Soviet atrocities, and that's right, because those are the ones that he's responsible for. It's a very simple ethical point. You're responsible for the predictable consequences of your actions. You're not responsible for the predictable consequences of somebody else's actions. Now, we understand this when we're talking about dissidents in the Soviet Union, okay? But we refuse to understand it when we're talking about ourselves for very good reasons. Commissars in the Soviet Union don't understand it about dissidents. Commissars in the Soviet Union attack Sakharov and other dissidents because they don't talk about American crimes, right? We understand exactly why that's just hypocrisy and cynicism when they do it. And we should understand the same when we do it. Now, the fact of the matter is that I spend a fair amount of effort on crimes of official enemies. there are a fair number of people in the United States and Canada from the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe who are there because of my personal activities on their behalf. But I don't take any pride in that particularly. I just do it because I'm interested in it. The most important thing for me and for you is to think about the consequences of your actions. What can you affect? Those are the ones you primarily ought to be concerned about. Of course, every corpse is a corpse, but there's some that you can affect, and there are others you can't do much about. You know, like I can be worried about things that happened in the 18th century, but I can't do much about them.
This is Peter Worthington, editor of the Ottawa Sun.
It strikes me that your living refutation of the thesis that you can't get a certain point of view across. You've hardly been a shrinking violet over the past 30 years, but it seems to me the effect of your theme has been virtually zilch, except for a few of the elite who support it. It seems to me the great mass of the American people, the workers, either don't understand it or reject it totally.
First of all, I don't agree with your factual assumption. I think it's exactly the opposite of the truth.
What factual?
Well, what you said is that you said correctly that I haven't been a shrinking violet, and you said the effect has been zilch except for elements of the elite. The facts are exactly the opposite. The effects on the elite are zero, and the effects on the general population are not insignificant. Not just me, I'm one person. There are a lot of people doing this sort of thing, and we have much greater outreach than we've ever had before, not through the elite media. I mean, when as I said before, I travel around the country all the time. I can't accept a fraction of the invitations that come. I'm booked up solidly 2 years in advance, and I probably don't accept maybe 10% of the invitations that come in.
The thesis works well for you.
But see, there's a reason for that. That was not true 20 years ago. When I got started in this, I was talking to people. If I could talk to 3 neighbors in a living room, I'd consider it a good evening. You know, I was giving talks on the Boston Common where we had to be protected by the police to prevent us from being murdered. And that was going on until 1966, you know. Boston is a liberal city, incidentally, and this was with the support of the media.
But the media wasn't ignoring you.
Oh, totally. I mean,
how
look,
come all the
in the 1960s, well, I mean, see, there are a lot of illusions about this. In the 1960s, the media were completely closed to anybody like me. That includes public radio, for example. The most liberal segment of the American media is probably National Public Radio in Boston, where I live, and I'm not unknown. During the entire Vietnam War, when I was very well known for opposition to the war, I was on National Public Radio once for, I think, 5 minutes, if I remember, after I came back from Vietnam with an extremely hostile interview by the most liberal commentator, Louis M. Lyons. That was it. Now, I could never be in the newspapers or anything of that sort. By the early 70s, it began to change a little. And by the late 70s, it changed more, and in the 1980s, it's considerably more. I mean, it's still very limited, but if I wanted to, I could probably at this point, say, write op-eds for quality local press, not the New York Times, but, say, the Minneapolis Star-Tribune or something. That was unimaginable in the 60s.
Yeah, but that's the elite, surely.
It's not. No, you see, but that's a reflection of, see, I think that's missing the point. The elites are about as closed as they always were. But the general population has changed, and that's beginning to affect the institutions. I mean, outreach to the general population is much easier than before. No, I mean, I gave my own experience, but other people do the same, have the same experience. You talk to much wider groups, much bigger audiences. They're much more sophisticated. I mean, in the peak of the peace movement, I was always cutting corners. I would never say what I thought. I never talked about the U.S. attack against South Vietnam in the 1960s, even in student activist groups, because they wouldn't know what I'm talking about. Nowadays, I never talked about institutions. I never criticized. Today I talked a little about capitalist democracy. I'd never talk about that kind of thing in the 60s. It was just too exotic, But I don't cut any corners anymore anywhere. I can be giving a talk in eastern Kentucky or, central Iowa or something else, and I say exactly what I think, and people generally understand it. They may not agree, they may be surprised, but they want to listen and they want to think about it. Those are changes outside of the elite circles.
Noam Chomsky. I'm Lister Sinclair. On Ideas, the 1988 Massey Lectures, about media, propaganda, and Democracy. The 1988 Massey Lectures are given by Noam Chomsky, Institute Professor in the Department of Linguistics and Philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston. One way to see how the mass media function to support the necessary illusions required by government and business elites is to compare style and content of news reports where the actions of official friends and official enemies are concerned. Professor Chomsky does that tonight, examining the treatment of Israel, an official friend of the United States, and Nicaragua, an official enemy, in the U.S. media, which is also our main source of information about international affairs. Noam Chomsky.
Fabrication of necessary illusions for social management is as old as history. But in the democratic system, the necessary illusions cannot be imposed by force. Rather, they must be instilled in the public mind by more subtle means. A totalitarian state can be satisfied with lesser degrees of allegiance to required truths. It is sufficient that people obey. What they think is a secondary concern. But in a democratic political order, there's always the danger that an independent thought might be translated into political action, so it is important to eliminate the threat at its root. Debate cannot be stilled, and indeed it should not be stilled in a properly functioning system of propaganda. The reason is that it has a system-reinforcing character if it is constrained within proper bounds. What is essential is to set the bounds firmly. Controversy may rage as long as it adheres to the presuppositions that define the elite consensus, and it should furthermore be encouraged within these bounds. That helps to establish these doctrines as the very condition of thinkable thought, and it reinforces the belief that freedom reigns. One crucial doctrine, standard throughout history, is that the state is adopting a defensive stance, resisting challenges to order and to its noble principles. Thus, the United States is invariably resisting aggression, sometimes what's called internal aggression. Accordingly, it's a logical impossibility that anyone should oppose U.S. aggression. That's a category that cannot exist. Westerners have no problem in perceiving the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan as brutal aggression, but the U.S. invasion of South Vietnam in the early 1960s cannot be perceived as such. True, U.S. forces were directly engaged in large-scale bombing and defoliation in an effort to drive the population into concentration camps where they could be, as we put it, protected from the enemy whom it was conceded they willingly support. True, a huge U.S. expeditionary force invaded and ravaged the country and later its neighbors with the explicit aim of destroying what was clearly recognized to be the only mass-based political force and eliminating the danger of political settlement that was sought on all sides. But throughout, we were resisting aggression in our yearning for democracy. Throughout the war, there was no departure in the mainstream from the doctrine that the United States was defending South Vietnam. Unwisely, the doves came to believe. Years later, the doctrine remains beyond challenge, a most remarkable demonstration of the effectiveness of democratic systems of thought control. Similarly, in the case of Central America today, the United States is defending freedom in what are called the fledgling democracies and restoring democracy to Nicaragua. We find this view even at the extreme of expressible dissent in the elite media. In a bitter condemnation of the U.S. attack on Nicaragua, Atlantic Monthly editor Jack Beatty writes that democracy has been our goal in Nicaragua, and to reach it we have sponsored the killing of thousands of Nicaraguans. One could hardly find a more consistent critic of U.S. policy in the corporate media than columnist Tom Wicker of the New York Times. He condemns the application of the Reagan doctrine to Nicaragua because, in his words, the United States has no historic or God-given right to bring democracy to other nations. Critics assume without a second thought that a yearning for democracy has indeed guided U.S. policy towards Nicaragua since July 1979, when our client Somoza was overthrown, though admittedly we were not guided by this policy before the miraculously and curiously timed transformation took place. Central America has an evident interest in hounding the Sandinistas to honor their pledges to democratize, so the editors of the Washington Post admonish. There's no problem of ensuring democracy in the U.S.-backed terror states of Central America, firmly under military rule, behind a thin civilian facade. The same editorial in the Washington Post warns that from the incursions into Honduras in March 1988, it is plain what Nicaragua's threats to Honduras are. The reference is to military operations in northern Nicaragua, in which Nicaraguan forces, in hot pursuit of Contra invaders, penetrated a few kilometers into areas of Honduras that had long been ceded to the Contras. In the United States, these actions elicited renewed outrage over the threat of the Sandinistas to overrun their neighbors in the interests of their Soviet master. This heartfelt concern over the sanctity of borders is perhaps somewhat tainted by the curious conception of a border as a kind of a one-way mirror. So the sanctity of a border is not violated by U.S. supply flights to its proxy forces who have entered Nicaragua from their Honduran bases. But putting aside these matters, we can assess the seriousness of the concern by turning to the results of a controlled experiment that history obligingly constructed. Just as the free press was consumed with rage over this latest proof of the aggressiveness of the violent communist totalitarians in Central America, with major stories and angry commentary, our client state of Israel launched another series of its periodic operations in Lebanon. These operations were north of the sector of southern Lebanon that Israel has virtually annexed as a security zone, integrating the area with Israel's economy and compelling its 200,000 Lebanese inhabitants to provide soldiers for the South Lebanese Army, an Israeli mercenary force, as the Israeli press observes. The Israeli operations included bombing of Palestinian refugee camps and Lebanese towns and villages with large-scale destruction, dozens of people killed and many wounded, including many civilians. All of this was barely reported, and there was no noticeable reaction. The only rational conclusion is that the media outrage over the far less serious and more justified Nicaraguan incursion was entirely unprincipled, mere fraud. The absence of comment or even serious reporting of the Israeli actions in Lebanon is perhaps understandable. These operations were, after all, rather muted by Israeli standards. They do not compare with the murderous Iron Fist operations in Lebanon in 1985, or the bombing of villages in the Bekaa Valley a year earlier, with 100 killed and 400 wounded, mostly civilians, including 150 children in a bombed-out schoolhouse in one raid. These were reported, but without affecting the elevated status of Israel, this tiny nation symbol of human decency, as the editors of the New York Times described it, just at the height of the repression of the current Palestinian uprising, with beatings, killings, gassing, and collective punishment. It is a country that cares for human life, in the admiring words of the Washington Post editors, in the wake of the Iron Fist atrocities. The fact that Israel maintains a security zone in southern Lebanon, controlled by a terrorist mercenary army backed by Israeli might, also passes without notice. And the same is true of Israel's regular practice of hijacking and piracy in international waters, and other actions that are rarely even reported. If Soviet Jews were to suffer the treatment meted out regularly to Arabs, or if some official enemy, such as Nicaragua, were to impose repressive measures approaching the Israeli standard, the outcry would be deafening. During Israel's March 1988 operations in Lebanon, there was no issue of hot pursuit. Israel is not an impoverished country attempting to survive the terrorist attack of a superpower and its lethal economic warfare. But Israel is a U.S. client, and therefore it inherits the right of aggression. Nicaragua, in contrast, is denied the right even to drive attacking forces out of its own territory. This is on the tacit assumption that no state has the right to defend itself from U.S. attack, another crucial doctrine that underlies responsible debate. It's remarkable to see how deeply this doctrine is entrenched. To cite one striking example, nothing arouses greater hysteria in the United States than reports that Nicaragua is planning to obtain MiG fighters. When such reports were floated by the Reaganites to eliminate the danger of honest reporting of the Nicaraguan elections in November 1984, even outspoken doves warned that the United States would have to bomb Nicaragua to destroy the invented MiGs. The reason is that they're also capable against the United States, a dire threat to our security, as Massachusetts Senator Paul Tsongas, a noted dove, put it at the time. In another propaganda coup of December 1987, a Sandinista defector was presented with elaborate accompanying fanfare in the media. He produced a series of revelations about Sandinista intentions, the most stunning of which was that Nicaragua was hoping to obtain jet planes to defend its territory from U.S. attack, plainly an intolerable outrage. It is, of course, well understood that Nicaragua had no other way to prevent the CIA from supplying the forces it directs within Nicaragua or to interfere with the surveillance flights by U.S. aircraft that provide these forces with up-to-the-minute intelligence on Nicaraguan troop deployments so that they can safely attack soft targets in accordance with Pentagon and State Department directives. The logic is clear. Nicaragua has no right of self-defense. It is intolerable, tantamount to aggression, for Nicaragua to interfere with U.S. violence and terror by attempting to defend its airspace or by attacking the U.S. proxy forces. For the same reason, the report by the same defector that Nicaragua intended to reduce its military forces while providing light arms to the population for defense against possible U.S. invasion elicited further outrage as it was transmuted by the free press into a threat to conquer the hemisphere. One might ask why Nicaragua is so intent on obtaining Soviet planes. Why not French Mirage jets instead? In fact, the Sandinistas would be quite happy to obtain jet interceptors from France and quite openly say so. They cannot, because U.S. pressure has blocked supply from any non-communist source. All of this is unreportable because it would give the game away. A corollary to the principle that official enemies do not have the right of self-defense is that if Nicaragua attacks Contra forces within its own territory, the United States plainly has the right to provide military aid to its proxies. The Byrd Amendment on Assistance for the Nicaraguan Resistance, voted by the Senate in August 1988, with the effusive support of leading doves, permits military aid to the proxy forces within Nicaragua in the event of an unprovoked attack against the Contras or a continued unacceptable level of military assistance by Soviet bloc countries, all other sources having been barred, and Washington, of course, being the judge of what is acceptable. The August 5th Senate debate on the Byrd Amendment gains heightened significance from its timing. 3 days earlier, the Contras had attacked the crowded passenger vessel Mission of Peace after allowing an Army patrol boat to pass by. They had killed 2 people and wounded 27, all civilians, including a Baptist minister from New Jersey, a member of a U.S. religious delegation. The Senate doves, who bitterly condemned the Sandinistas, made no mention of this event. Perhaps they had missed the tiny notice it received the day before in the New York Times, tacked on to a column reporting their deliberations. There was no subsequent commentary. The logic is again clear. If the Sandinistas seek to root out the U.S.-run terrorists who carried out this atrocity, that proves that they are communist totalitarians, and we are entitled to send military as well as so-called humanitarian aid to the resistance so that they can pursue their tasks more effectively. The general outlines of U.S. policy are presented in a lucid manner by a Carter administration Latin American specialist, Robert Pastor, who is actually at the dovish extreme of the political and ideological spectrum. He explains that the United States, I'm quoting, that the United States did not want to control Nicaragua or other nations in the region, but it also did not want to allow developments to get out of control. It wanted Nicaraguans to act independently, except when doing so would affect U.S. interests adversely. In short, Nicaragua should be free to do what we determine to be right and proper, and Nicaragua should achieve self-determination in the manner that the United States defines as appropriate. In the first lecture, I mentioned some of the ways of approaching the study of the media and evaluating models of media performance. One appropriate method is to consider the spectrum of opinion that is allowed expression. According to the propaganda model, one would expect the spectrum to be bounded by the elite consensus while encouraging tactical debate within it. Consider U.S. policy with regard to Nicaragua. That's probably elicited more controversy and impassioned rhetoric than any other single topic during the past several years. There is debate between the hawks on the one side and the doves on the other. The position of the hawks is expressed by a declaration of the State and Defense Departments on International Human Rights Day in December 1986. They asserted that in the American continent there is no regime more barbaric and bloody, no regime that violates human rights in a manner more constant and permanent than the Sandinista regime. Similar sentiments are widely voiced in the media and the political system, and it follows that we should support the democratic resistance to communist terror. At the other extreme, the doves generally agree that we should dismiss the World Court, the United Nations, and other hostile forums, as they're called, that pander to communists and pathological Third World anti-Americanism. The doves offer their support for the noble objective of the Reagan administration to somehow democratize Nicaragua, but they feel that the Contras are not the instrument that will achieve that objective. I've been quoting Representative Michael Barnes, who was one of the most outspoken critics of the Contra option. A leading Senate dove, Alan Cranston, recognizes that the Contra effort is woefully inadequate to achieve democracy in Nicaragua, in his words, so we should find other means to isolate the reprehensible government in Managua and leave it to fester in its own juices. Media doves observe that Mr. Reagan's policy of supporting the Contras is a clear failure, so we should acquiesce in some negotiated regional settlement that would be enforced by Nicaragua's neighbors. That's Tom Wicker of the New York Times. Expressing the same thought, the editors of the Washington Post see the Contras as an imperfect instrument, so we must find other means to fit Nicaragua back into a Central American mode and impose reasonable conduct by a regional standard. Other doves feel that we should not too quickly reject the State Department argument that agricultural cooperatives are legitimate targets for Contra attacks. The reason, I'm quoting, is that in a Marxist society geared for war, there are no clear lines separating officials, soldiers, and civilians. What is required is careful cost-benefit analysis, a determination of the amount of blood and misery that will be poured in, and the likelihood that democracy will emerge at the other end. Those are the words of New Republic editor Michael Kinsley. Neither he nor the State Department explain why similar arguments do not justify attacks by Abu Nidal on Israeli kibbutzim, which are far better defended against an incomparably lesser threat. Notice that regional arrangements need not be imposed on our Salvadoran and Guatemalan friends, who have slaughtered perhaps 150,000 people during this period, or on our clients in Honduras, who kill fewer outright, but have left hundreds of thousands to starve to death while the country exports food for the profit of agribusiness. Their countries already conform to the Central American mode of repression, exploitation, and rule by privileged elements that accede to the demands of U.S. power, what we call democracy, so even hideous atrocities are of no account, and they merit aid and support, with occasional expressions of regret if the terror, torture, and mutilation become too visible to ignore. By 1986, the Contra option was opposed by 80% of American leaders, polls report. The propaganda model would therefore predict debate over Contra aid, but near unanimity in opposition to the Sandinistas. To test the hypothesis, consider the period of maximum intensity of debate over Nicaragua policy, the first 3 months of 1986, when attention was focused on the issue of Contra aid. During these months, the New York Times and the Washington Post, the two major national newspapers, they ran no less than 85 opinion columns on the matter. That includes their regular columnists. As expected, they were divided over Contra aid. But of the 85 columns, all 85 were critical of the Sandinistas, the vast majority harshly so. Thus, 100% conformity was achieved on the major issue. It's not that more sympathetic voices are lacking in the mainstream. There are many who would easily qualify for admission to the debate if they had the right things to say. This includes Latin American scholars whose opinion pieces are regularly rejected by the press, or the charitable development agency Oxfam, with long experience in the region, which found Nicaragua's record to be exceptional among the 76 developing countries in which it works in the commitment of the political leadership to improving the condition of the people and encouraging their active participation in the development process. I'm quoting here an Oxfam report. Or consider the founder of Costa Rican democracy, Jose Figueres. Just at the time we're speaking of, early 1986, he had described himself in an interview as pro-Sandinista and quite friendly toward the Sandinistas. He was an observer in the 1984 elections, and he said that the 2-to-1 margin in favor of the Sandinistas in these elections certainly seemed to reflect what you find in the streets. Figueres condemned what he called Washington's incredible policies of persecuting the Sandinistas and Washington's efforts to undo Costa Rica's social institutions and to turn the whole economy over to the local oligarchy or to U.S. or European companies. Of course, as a dedicated supporter of the United States, he found these efforts, in his words, no doubt well-intentioned. The United States, he said, is turning most Central Americans into mercenaries for its attack against Nicaragua. I've been familiar with Nicaragua all my life, he said, and never before have I seen, as I do now, a Nicaraguan government that cares for its people. In another interview at the same time, he reiterated that for the first time Nicaragua has a government that cares for its people, his words. Commenting on a recent visit, he said that he found a surprising amount of support for the government in what he called an invaded country, adding that the United States should allow the Sandinistas to finish what they started in peace. They deserve it. Such comments as these lack ideological serviceability. The same is true of Figueres' statement that he understands why La Prensa was closed, having censored the press himself when Costa Rica was under attack by Somoza in the 1950s. Hence, Central America's leading democratic figure must be censored out of the media, as he is, though his name can still be invoked for the anti-Sandinista crusade. Thus, New York Times Central America correspondent James Lemoyne, in one of his anti-Sandinista diatribes, refers to Figueres as the man who is widely considered the father of Costa Rican democracy, but he does not tell us, nor would he or his colleagues ever tell us, what Figueres has to say about the Sandinistas. The front pages of the New York Times present a picture of Nicaragua as seen through the eyes of their reporter James Lemoyne as he briefly passed through. A brutal and repressive state under one-party rule, with crowds of pot-bellied urchins in the streets, state security agents ubiquitous, the army everywhere, growing support for the peasant army resisting Sandinista oppression, and the population reduced to bitterness and apathy. That's his description, though somehow they are resisting a foreign attack under which any other state in the region and most elsewhere would have quickly crumbled. The New York Times does not present the picture that was seen by the CIA-appointed press spokesman for the Contras, Edgar Chamorro, on a 3-week visit at the same time. Speaking to dozens of people in the streets after a Sandinista rally, he found them, in his words, very aware, very politically educated, very committed. They thought for themselves. They were there because they wanted to be there. The days are gone when a dictator can get up and harangue people. What I have seen here, he said, is very, very positive. People are walking on their own 2 feet, regaining the dignity and nationalism that they had lost under Somoza. He saw very little militarization and a deep sense of equality, what he called one of the accomplishments of the revolution. I didn't see people hungry, he said. Most people look very healthy, strong, and alive. And he saw few beggars, unlike Honduras, or even in the city streets of the United States, he added. The opposition he described as the old oligarchy reliant on the United States. The war has led to a sense of nationalism and patriotism on the part of the youth who are drafted. The Sandinistas continue to be a people's party with commitment and goals that inspire so many people. They are Nicaraguan nationalists, revolutionaries, who want a more egalitarian model to improve the lives of the majority. The elections were good, the government is legitimate, and we should try to change from inside. I've just been quoting Chamorro's actual words from an interview that appeared in a tiny and obscure journal, and Chamorro himself points out that after he left the Contras, he found media access difficult, although when he was the spokesman it was quite simple. The general reading public does not receive a range of perceptions such as these, but only one, the one that accords with the needs of American power. A year after these visits by Lemoyne and Chamorro, severe malnutrition began to appear in Managua and parts of the countryside, as U.S. terror and economic warfare continued to take their bitter toll in a pathetically poor country that is utterly dependent on economic relations with the United States for obvious historical and geopolitical reasons. George Shultz, Elliott Abrams, and their cohorts may not have overthrown the government, but they can take pride in having vanquished the programs of development, preventive medical care, and welfare. They can take pride in a notable increase in dying infants, epidemics, and other normal features of the Central American mode to which Nicaragua is to be restored by U.S. benevolence. The propaganda system may cover their tracks today, but history will render a different judgment. Let's return now to the 85 columns in the Washington Post and the New York Times at the peak period of Contra debate. Still more interesting than the uniform hostility to the Sandinistas was the choice of topics. There are two very striking differences between the Sandinistas and the U.S. favorites who adhere to regional standards. The first of these is that the Sandinistas, whatever their sins, had not conducted campaigns of mass slaughter, torture, mutilation, and general terror to traumatize the population. In the 85 columns, there is not one phrase referring to this matter. The second major difference between the Sandinistas and the U.S. clients is that the Sandinistas had diverted resources to the poor majority and had attempted measures of meaningful social reform. In fact, they had done so quite successfully until U.S. economic and military warfare succeeded in reversing the unwelcome improvement in health and welfare standards, literacy, and development. These facts merit two passing phrases in 85 columns, one in a bitter condemnation of what's called the generally appalling leadership in this repressive society. In the 85 columns, there is no mention at all of Sandinista efforts to maintain a neutralist posture. For example, there is no mention of the fact that at the time of the U.S. embargo that has virtually wiped out private business and reduced the economy to bare survival, Nicaraguan trade with the Soviet bloc was about 20% of total trade. That's well below the figure for Europe and most of the Third World. That fact is inconsistent with required dogma, and therefore it is unmentionable in the media, anywhere to my knowledge. Let's turn now to another sample of opinion in the media a year later. In the first 6 months of 1987, the same two journals, the New York Times and the Washington Post, ran 61 columns and editorials relevant to U.S. policy in Nicaragua. Of these, 13 said nothing about the Sandinistas. Of the 48 that expressed an opinion, 46 were anti-Sandinista, again, most of them bitterly so. Of the two columns that expressed some sympathy for the Sandinistas, one was by Nicaraguan Ambassador Carlos Tunnerman. The other was by Dr. Kevin Cahill. He is the director of the Tropical Disease Center at Lenox Hill Hospital in New York, the only non-Nicaraguan commentator in the sample who could draw upon personal experience in Nicaragua and elsewhere in the Third World. His column was also the only one that took note of the successful Nicaraguan health and literacy measures and what he called the struggle against oppression and corruption, waged under conditions of extreme adversity imposed by U.S. terror and economic warfare. Cahill's is also the one of the two contributions among 61 that mention the World Court decision and international law. Once again, in these 61 columns, there is not a single phrase referring to the fact that unlike the U.S. clients in the so-called fledgling democracies, the Sandinistas had not launched a campaign of terror and slaughter to traumatize their populations. The totalitarian Sandinistas are contrasted with the struggling democracies of Central America. the imperfect but working democracy of Guatemala and Honduras and El Salvador, which, although under communist guerrilla siege, is an imperfect democracy, but a democracy with an elected government. Notice that it is unlike Nicaragua, where there were no elections, so Washington has decreed. Well after the 1984 elections that established democracy in El Salvador to the applause of the free press, the human rights organization Socorro Jurídico, which operates under the protection of the Archdiocese of San Salvador, observed that the continuing terror is still conducted by the same members of the armed forces who enjoy official approval and are adequately trained to carry out these acts of collective suffering. Salvadoran society, affected by terror and panic, a result of the persistent violation of basic human rights, shows the following traits, they said: collective intimidation and generalized fear on the one hand, and on the other, the internalized acceptance of the terror because of the daily and frequent use of violent means. In general, society accepts the frequent appearance of tortured bodies because basic rights, including the right to life, have absolutely no overriding value for society. These comments also apply to the supervisors of these operations in Washington. That fact was underscored by George Shultz in one of his lamentations on terrorism, a talk that he delivered at the very moment of the U.S. bombing of Libya. In El Salvador, he declared, the results are something all Americans can be proud of. At least, all Americans who enjoy the sight of tortured bodies, starving children, terror and panic, and generalized fear. And James Lemoyne of the New York Times concludes that American support for elected governments in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras has been a relative success, which is no doubt true by some standards. The problem throughout, according to the media, is to find some way to compel Nicaragua to rein in its revolutionary army, as Democratic Senator Terry Sanford demands, an army that is illegitimately rampaging inside Nicaragua when it seeks to defend the country from U.S. attack. Apart from regular unsupported allegations of Sandinista aid to the Salvadoran guerrillas, the proclaimed basis for the fears of Sandinista aggression is another coup of the State Department propaganda services in their what they called their Operation Truth. This is based upon a speech in which Comandante Tomas Borge expressed his hopes that Nicaragua would be an example that others would follow. He explained that Nicaragua cannot export our revolution, but can only export our example, while the people themselves of these countries must make their own revolutions. In this sense, he said, the Nicaraguan revolution transcends national boundaries. In a conscious and purposeful fraud, State Department psychological warfare operations converted these words into the threat of military conquest in pursuit of a revolution without borders. That phrase was used as the title of the pathetic September 1985 State Department white paper on alleged Nicaraguan aggression, and it's constantly been used since, often accompanied by the claim that this is a Sandinista Mein Kampf, as George Shultz warned Congress. The same fabrication served as the climax for Reagan's successful effort to obtain $100 million from Congress for the proxy army, just as the World Court called upon the United States to terminate its aggression. And the phrase remains a media staple in news columns and commentary. The hoax was publicly exposed at once, but this did not deter media agitprop in service of the worthy project of demonizing the Sandinista government and turning it into a real enemy and threat in the minds of the American people, as a Reagan administration official phrased the goal. Nor are these exercises deterred by the evident absurdity of the idea that Nicaragua could pose a threat of aggression, while the United States stands by in helpless impotence. Again, this is a most impressive demonstration of what can be achieved by a mobilized independent press. There was, to be sure, a basis for the perception that Nicaragua poses a threat. As Oxfam observed, Nicaragua posed the threat of a good example. Like Arevalo and Arbenz in Guatemala, Allende in Chile, and many others, Nicaragua was perceived as a rotten apple that might infect the barrel, a virus that might infect others, a cancer that might spread. This is the terminology that is constantly used by planners when they contemplate the dread prospect of independent development geared to domestic needs. The real fear was expressed by Secretary of State Schultz in March 1986. He warned that if the Sandinistas succeed in consolidating their power, then all the countries in Latin America, who all face serious internal economic problems, will see radical forces emboldened to exploit these problems. His words. It is therefore necessary to destroy the virus and inoculate the surrounding regions by terror. That's a persistent feature of U.S. foreign policy, but these truths, too, lie far beyond expression in the media. The range of opinion that is permitted expression, and the way the news is filtered and adjusted, ensures that public opinion will not stray from proper bounds, at least among the elite groups that count.
The 1988 Massey Lectures continue tomorrow night on Ideas, presented by Noam Chomsky. Several weeks ago, Professor Chomsky presented some of the material in these lectures to an audience at Ryerson Polytechnical Institute in Toronto, after which he was questioned by a panel of Canadian journalists. This is David Frum, Associate Editor of Saturday Night Magazine.
Professor Chomsky, you argue for a model of the media in which the media argue for and defend the established institutions of society, and any deviation from that defense is dismissed or even suppressed, so that views that dissent from the overwhelming consensus that characterizes our society cannot get a hearing. Now, here you are tonight in a large lecture hall at Canada's most prestigious journalism school, speaking to an audience of journalists who are hearing your remarks with apparent approbation. Your remarks are being broadcast on the government-owned radio network as part of the most prestigious lecture series on that network. How'd that happen?
Recall that what I said was that this is a very good first approximation to the description of a complex social institution. Now, you remember that I mentioned, I'm afraid this remark may sound a little insulting, but let me try to say it without sounding that way. I specifically mentioned that in the United States, for example, if I wasn't talking about, say, listener-supported radio in a small community. In fact, as you get away from the elite centers that matter, things open up. Okay. Now, the fact of the matter is that Canada is a much more open society in this respect than the United States, and the reason is it's less important. This generalizes. I can talk this way in Belgium, in Israel, in Latin America. I can't talk. I can talk this way in the United States, but not on national radio and television because it's just too important. What people think about international affairs in Canada just doesn't matter that much to established power. If it did matter that much, Canada would close up too.
If CBC then is just a small publicly funded station in some small town, looked upon in that perspective, why don't we turn to the CBC person on stage here, and Margaret Daly, perhaps you can have a turn.
Well, I was intrigued by the thesis and particularly impressed by the volume of sort of factual documentation. And I look forward to reading this stuff in a long version. I guess the question that I want to ask, though, is given that this information isn't discussed, you lay it all out, supposing people knew it. And obviously individuals do know it. Minorities, intellectuals, foreign affairs buffs, if you want to call them that. Those kinds of people can assemble all this information. Then what? It doesn't seem to make any difference, and why is that?
Well, I think it does make a difference. I think it makes a lot of difference. I mentioned, not entirely jocularly, that if a third world country today were to put forth the American Constitution, we'd call it a reversion to Nazism. And I mentioned that that's a sign of hope and progress. There has been moral progress over 200 years. There's also been progress over 20 years, 30 years, in my active lifetime. Again, I'm talking mostly about the United States, but it's a different country than it was 20 or 30 years ago. Now, elites are not different. They're pretty much as indoctrinated as they always were. Elite group, contrary to a lot of necessary illusion, elite groups, including liberal intellectual elites, did not oppose the Vietnam War. They supported the Vietnam War, supported it enthusiastically. They began to turn against it somewhat after Wall Street turned against it, and more or less for the same reasons, because it was too costly. The media were almost totally closed to critics of the war. But among the general population, this crisis of democracy did take place, and it changed the society. I think it led to probably, I hope, a permanent cultural change outside the elite centers. And the United States is just a different country than it was 20 years ago in a lot of respects. Everything from interpersonal relations to treatment of ethnic minorities to concern over international affairs and so on. You can see, and the reason is because outside of while the major institutions of indoctrination continue on their natural course, other modes of interaction did develop, and they remained, they're informal, they're inefficient. I probably 80%, I don't know, some huge percent of my time traveling around the country giving talks. Well, that's less efficient than writing for a major journal, but people do this, and ultimately it makes a difference. There are solidarity groups, there are all kind of organizations and so on, and they do make a difference. You can see it. So take, for example, I mentioned the U.S. attack against South Vietnam in the early 1960s. You compare the early 1960s with the 1980s. That's 20 years. When Ronald Reagan came into office, his administration, in my view, intended to emulate John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson, except their target was Central America. They came out with a white paper in February 1981, right after they came into office, virtually a declaration of war. The communists are taking over the world. We've got to go in there and stop them. It was a precursor to direct U.S. military intervention in Central America. Now, what happened? What happened was, and the media, incidentally, bought the whole story. There was virtually no criticism of the white paper when it came out, just enthusiastic support for it. However, the general population didn't, because the population is not what it was in the early 60s. When John F. Kennedy started sending the American Air Force to bomb South Vietnam on a regular basis, there was no protest. You couldn't get two people together in a living room to talk about it. And it didn't have to be hidden either. It was on the front page of the newspapers. Nobody cared. We want to bomb another country? Great. Let's go to the next thing. When Ronald Reagan's administration sort of indicated that they might try to turn to direct military intervention, there was a convulsion in the country. People started coming out of the woodworks. It ranged from a massive flow of letters to Washington, to demonstrations, to church groups getting involved. A whole array of protests began to develop spontaneously without any organization and structure. The reason is the country is just a lot different. Well, what happened? What happened is that the Reagan administration backed off. They, in fact, told the media to cool the rhetoric, to cut back the inflammatory rhetoric. They were afraid that much more central themes of their program would be endangered. After all, remember that they were trying to ram through a program that the population was strongly opposed to, a domestic economic program. They were trying to ram through destruction of the limited welfare measures that exist in the United States, a huge transfer of resources from the poor to the rich, a massive increase in state power, and huge public subsidy to high technology industry through the Pentagon system and so on. All of these things are contrary to what the public wanted, and they didn't want any protest about them. So what they did was back off from their inflammatory proclamations about Central America, and they went underground. That's what the Iran-Contra hearings were about. The administration was driven underground. The domestic population would not tolerate the activities that they wanted to carry out, and they therefore had to turn to illegal clandestine activities. Now, the Reagan administration was notorious for the level of its clandestine activities. And clandestine activities are a pretty good measure of popular dissidence. If there isn't any popular dissidence, you don't have to carry out clandestine activities. You can carry out overt international terrorism and violence, which is much more efficient. Overt violence is much more efficient than clandestine violence for obvious reasons. I mean, for one thing, it's just more efficient to do. For another thing, there isn't any risk that it will be exposed. which will cause, a scandal and so on and so forth. And in fact, the state was driven underground by popular dissidents. Well, that's important. Those are, I think that's one of the many reflections of the difference between the 1960s and the 1980s. I think and in fact, even the media are different. Bad as they are, as you can see, I'm no great enthusiast for the elite media, but they're better than they were 20 years ago. They're not as closed and restricted and constrained as they were 20 years ago, and that includes the elite media. So there are slow changes, and I think there is a slow move towards general democratization, much too slow, but not insignificant. And those are things that, first of all, one can be somewhat hopeful about, but it also teaches you a lesson. It means there are things you can do. After all, these are societies. Our societies, like Canada and the United States, have one tremendous virtue. The state is very restricted in its capacity to use force against citizens. It's not zero, but by comparative standards, it's low. And that means there's a great range of options available. People want to make use of them, and many do, and it makes a difference.
Noam Chomsky. I'm Lister Sinclair. On Ideas, the 1988 Massey Lectures about media, propaganda, and democracy. In tonight's lecture, Noam Chomsky details the treatment by the American Free Press of U.S. actions in Central America, distinguishing between the treatment afforded official enemies, notably Nicaragua, and official U.S. friends, notably Guatemala and El Salvador, the fledgling democracies as they're called. Professor Chomsky will also examine the reporting of events at the United Nations when the United States disagrees with the rest of the world, a topic of some interest right now, with the activities this week in Washington, New York, and Geneva. Noam Chomsky.
Many of our prominent newspapers have become almost agents or adjuncts of the government. They do not contest or even raise questions about government policy. This is Senator William Fulbright speaking in the United States Senate hearings on government and the media in 1966. These remarks are not precisely accurate. The media do contest and raise questions about government policy, but almost exclusively within the framework determined by the essentially shared interests of state and corporate power. Discussion outside these boundaries is rare, and it's the goals themselves that remain beyond challenge or even awareness. To illustrate, I have reviewed a few samples of the media's contributions on the one hand to the U.S. government project of demonizing the Sandinistas, while on the other hand praising the violent terror states backed or directly installed by the United States in the Central America region. With all the skepticism about the media that I have personally developed through studying their performance over many years, I had not expected that they would rise to the challenge of demonizing the Sandinistas while praising the terror states. But my assessment of the media was naive. Within a year, they had succeeded in portraying the murderous U.S. clients as progressive, if flawed, democracies, while the Sandinistas, guilty of no crime that even begins to approach those of Washington's favorites, had become the very embodiment of evil. The review in my last lecture of 2 periods of intense debate over U.S. policy towards Nicaragua, kept to the spectrum of expressible opinion by editorialists, columnists, or invited contributors. News reporting conforms to the same implicit premises. Jack Spence has studied 181 New York Times articles on Nicaragua during the first 6 months of 1986. The conclusions are similar to those drawn from the editorial and opinion columns. Spence observes that Central America was virtually ignored until U.S. control faced a challenge in 1978. From 1969 through 1977, the TV networks devoted a total of 1 hour to Nicaragua, all on the 1972 earthquake. They ignored the 1972 election in El Salvador, which was overturned by blatant fraud and intervention by the U.S. clients in Central America. That guaranteed the military rule that continues until the present. There being no challenge to U.S. domination, the problem of establishing democracy did not arise. Similarly, it did not arise in 1984 in Panama, when the notorious drug dealer General Noriega, who was then still a U.S. favorite, ran a fraudulent election, legitimized by the attendance of George Shultz at the inauguration. At the inauguration, Shultz praised the vote as a triumph for democracy, taunting Nicaragua to do the same, after he had been briefed by the CIA that Noriega had stolen upwards of 50,000 ballots in order to ensure the election of his candidates. Most of the 181 New York Times stories on Nicaragua came from Washington, and they presented Reagan administration doctrine without challenge or analysis, including the laments about freedom fighters forced to fight with only boots and bandages against advanced Soviet armaments and Cuban-piloted helicopters, brutal repression in what George Shultz called this cancer right here on our landmass, Cuban troops swarming the streets of Managua by the scores in this terrorism sanctuary 2 days' drive from Texas, a second Libya, and so on, through the familiar litany of misrepresentation and outright lies. In the news columns, Spence observes, the Times tacitly accepted the Reaganite views, seeking out no others, thus contributing to a drastic narrowing for public debate. Regarding the charges leveled against the Sandinistas, he goes on, almost no contrary view could be found in the New York Times, and supporting evidence was never present. 4 times in the 181 stories, the Nicaraguan embassy was given a buried line or two, and in a few stories the reporter added a background balance line. Spence goes on to say it was as if the Times had a software program that at rare and odd intervals automatically kicked in a boilerplate balancing graph beyond that story's halfway point. First priority in news reporting was given to the U.S. government. Ranking second were the U.S. proxy forces, the Contras. There were extensive reports of the concern of the Businessmen's Association, COSEP, harassment of the U.S.-funded journal La Prensa, and other abuses. Coverage of the U.S. clients was largely favorable. Only 1 of 33 stories on the Contras focused on human rights abuses, and there were a few other references to atrocities that were by that time reaching a remarkable scale. Like the State Department and Congress, the media preferred what human rights investigators described as intentional ignorance. In the case of El Salvador, in contrast, the guerrillas were castigated as Marxist terrorists, and the official line, as laid forth in New York Times editorials, was that things were improving under the democratic government of the Honorable Mr. Duarte, the honest, reform-minded Christian Democrat who is desperately trying to lead his people to a better life while beset by implacable extremes, although, the Times concedes, he may have been less than rigorous in bringing death squad operatives to judicial account. To translate from the party line to English, Duarte has done nothing to curb the security forces that he praises for their valiant service alongside the people against subversion, his words, while he concedes quietly that the masses were with the guerrillas when he became the front man for the war against the population. Duarte was portrayed as a victim, not as the willing agent whose role was to ensure adequate congressional funding for the state terrorists whom he protected. In its editorials, the Times never once mentioned such matters as the murder of the Archbishop with the complicity of the security forces, the destruction and closure of the university by the Army, with many killed, the physical destruction of the independent media and the murder and expulsion of its editors, or the Salvadoran state of siege from March 1980, when Duarte joined the junta, under which the atrocities were conducted, with his backing and constant apologetics. In contrast, when Nicaragua declared a state of siege on October 15, 1985, the Times bitterly condemned this demonstration of Nicaragua's lack of respect for democracy and human rights, as they put it, dismissing with contempt President Ortega's claim that the crackdown is the fault of, quote, the brutal aggression by North America and its internal allies. The renewal of El Salvador's far more draconian state of siege 2 days later received no mention whatsoever. These events were also largely suppressed or falsified in the news columns. There was no concern, and little if any reporting, on the fact that since 1981 the Salvadoran press has either supported the government or criticized it from a right-wing perspective, avoiding stories critical of government forces from a human rights standpoint, as observed in an America's Watch review of freedom of the press. The political opposition had been murdered by Duarte's security forces or had been driven out of the country, so there was no need to report or comment on their problems, or on the fact that one of the leading murderers became Duarte's respected Minister of Defense after his service as Director of the National Guard, as it administered its pedagogy of terror. With regard to Nicaragua, the typical pattern of media coverage was for the U.S. government propaganda services to concoct some charge, which the media would then prominently and uncritically relay. Occasionally, when the charges were seen to be outlandish, there might be a mild disclaimer on the inside pages. Often the charges persisted, even when acknowledged to be groundless or even sheer fabrication. The disgrace of the free press could hardly be more dramatic. It is worth stressing that far more is at issue here than dereliction of duty, incompetence, or service to power. The protection afforded state terrorists in the fledgling democracies provides a veil behind which they can pursue their atrocities with crucial U.S. support, while the indignant focus on far lesser abuses in Nicaragua has facilitated the Reagan programs of terror and economic warfare that reversed social and economic progress in Nicaragua and reduced the economy to ruins, permitting regular media gloating over Sandinista incompetence and malevolence. The media were thus accomplices in an extraordinary outburst of violence and repression. Jack Spence observes that the obviously relevant pending World Court decision was not mentioned in the 171 New York Times news stories that preceded the World Court decision itself. The decision was on June 27, 1986. In this decision, the court condemned the United States for support for the Contras and ordered it to desist from these violations of international law and valid treaties and to pay reparations. The decision was reported, but it was dismissed as a minor annoyance. Its contents were suppressed or falsified, the World Court, not the United States, was portrayed as the criminal, and the rule of law was held to be inapplicable to the United States. In its editorial response to the court decision on July 1st, the New York Times dismissed the court as a hostile forum. They had voiced no criticism when this same hostile forum had ruled in favor of the United States in the matter of the Iran hostage crisis. In a July 17th op-ed column, Thomas Frank of New York University Law School, a noted advocate of world order, argued that the United States should dismiss the World Court ruling because, in his words, America still needs the freedom to protect freedom. The U.S. government and the media are surpassed by none in their appeals to the august rule of law and the call for diplomacy rather than violence, in the case of official enemies, that is. Hence, the events of the summer of 1986 called for some careful perception management. Until June, Nicaragua's failure to accept the Contadora Treaty draft was a major story. In May, the New York Times published a lengthy report by Stephen Kinzer, headlined "Nicaragua Balks at Latin Peace Accord." The story criticized Ortega for his unwillingness to sign the agreement without some commitment from the United States. Nicaragua appears to be the only Central American nation reluctant to sign the draft agreement, Kinzer wrote. A few weeks later, in mid-June, the U.S. client states rejected the treaty draft under U.S. pressure. This fact was excluded from the national press. Nicaragua declared its readiness to sign the treaty on June 21st. The Washington Post ignored the unwelcome fact, but it received oblique mention in two tiny items in the New York Times under the headings "Nicaragua makes offer to limit some weapons, U.S. condemns offer by Nicaragua on treaty." The story focused on the Reagan administration rejection of Nicaragua's acceptance of the treaty as propagandistic. Both items appeared in the Around the World roundup of marginal news. For adjuncts of government, news value is determined by utility for ideological warfare. A few days later, the World Court called for termination of U.S. aid to the Contras. Congress reacted by voting $100 million of military aid to implement what the court had called the unlawful use of force, while government officials commented happily that this is for real, this is a real war. Nicaragua brought the matter to the UN Security Council, where the United States vetoed a resolution calling on all states to observe international law. Nicaragua then turned to the General Assembly of the United Nations, which passed a resolution 94-3 calling for compliance with the World Court ruling. Two client states, Israel and El Salvador, joined the United States in opposition. The Security Council vote merited a brief note in the New York Times, the newspaper of record, but the General Assembly endorsement of it passed unmentioned. The Times UN correspondent preferred a story that day on overly high UN salaries. In November 1987, a year later, the General Assembly again called for full and immediate compliance with the World Court decision. This time, only Israel joined with the United States in opposing adherence to international law. This was not reported by the New York Times, the Washington Post, or the three TV networks. The reaction of the U.S. government and the media to world opinion merits further comment. The same UN session provides a number of interesting examples. While all attention was focused on the Washington Summit in December 1987 and the INF Treaty, the UN voted on a series of disarmament resolutions. The General Assembly voted 154-1 with no abstentions, opposing the buildup of weapons in outer space. That resolution was clearly aimed at Reagan's Star Wars. It voted 135-1 against developing new weapons of mass destruction. In both cases, the United States was alone in opposition. The United States was joined by France in opposing a resolution passed 143-2 calling for a comprehensive test ban treaty. Another vote calling for a halt to all nuclear test explosions passed by a vote of 137-3 with the United States joined by France and Britain in opposition. All of these votes were unreported and unmentioned in the New York Times review that was headlined Setbacks to U.S. and Soviet at the United Nations. Other reports on the same session provide further insight into the style of UN coverage. 2 days after the unreported disarmament resolutions, a New York Times story reports a vote on a resolution that, I'm quoting, that reaffirms the United Nations' previous strong condemnation of international terrorism in all its forms and calls on all countries to cooperate in eradicating terrorism. The resolution passed 128-1, Israel alone in opposition, with the United States abstaining, and the other 128 members present voting in favor. The headline reads, Syria, isolated at UN, drops terrorism plan. 5 days later, the General Assembly passed a resolution condemning terrorism wherever and by whomever committed. The vote was 153-2, Israel and the United States in opposition, with Honduras alone abstaining. This was unreported and unmentioned in the New York Times review of the session on December 26th. A March 1988 story is headlined, UN to Study Rights in Cuba, U.S. Sees Diplomatic Victory. The story reports Cuba's invitation to the UN Human Rights Commission for an on-the-scene investigation, undercutting a U.S. campaign for a resolution condemning Cuba. The first 13 paragraphs of the story present the U.S. point of view, turning the failure into a great triumph of American diplomacy. The last paragraph quotes a Cuban official who states that the outcome shows our continent's growing political unity in rejecting the U.S. effort. Unreported is a resolution passed by the Human Rights Commission the same day 26-1 with the United States alone in opposition, expressing grave concern at, quote, the continuation of acts of aggression and the arbitrary practices of the Israeli occupation forces in southern Lebanon, which constitutes a flagrant violation of international law, and calling on Israel's allies to pressure it to end its aggressive and expansionist policy in southern Lebanon. World opinion must pass through the same filters that set the bounds of respectability at home. Failing to meet these standards, world opinion is ignored or subjected to puzzled inquiry as to why the world is out of step. Returning to the campaign to demonize the Sandinistas, a new challenge arose when the Central American presidents reached a peace agreement in August 1987. The Reagan administration had long sought to undercut diplomatic initiatives. After bitterly condemning the Sandinistas for refusing to sign the Contadora draft of 1984, the administration quickly changed its tune when Nicaragua unexpectedly announced that it would sign. At that point, the draft became a deception and a fraud, and the United States proceeded to undermine it with further denunciations of the treacherous Sandinistas. Washington tried by all means available to block the signing of the Contadora Peace Act. The Vice Foreign Affairs Minister of Costa Rica observed, in an unreported interview, reviewing how the U.S. strongly pressured Costa Rica and its client states during the 1985-1986 period, when he was a first-hand witness. The Arias initiatives of 1987 were also most unwelcome to the Reagan administration. In June, Philip Habib, who's called Washington's peace emissary, informed high-ranking senators that if the administration felt its views and interests were not reflected in a regional arrangement, it would continue to fund the Nicaraguan Contra rebels despite agreements reached by the Central American leaders. That was an advance notice that elicited little attention. In the same month, the Reagan administration pressured President Duarte to block a scheduled meeting of Central American presidents in Guatemala. A Guatemalan official reported that Duarte personally told Guatemala's president the reason he asked for a postponement was because of U.S. pressure applied by Habib. In a last-ditch effort to undermine the peace agreement, Washington put forth the Reagan-Wright Plan on August 5th. This plan called for dismantling the political system in Nicaragua, an end to arms aid to Nicaragua, and demobilization of its military forces. In return, the United States would pledge to halt shipments of arms to the Contras. This proposal received wide media acclaim as fair and just. Nevertheless, to the surprise and annoyance of the administration, the Central American presidents reached an agreement on August 7th. Government propaganda then shifted, predictably, to the demolition of the unacceptable accords. The media followed faithfully along. The first requirement of this most remarkable campaign was to establish that U.S. support for the Contras forced the Sandinistas to negotiate. This is an important doctrine, since it can be exploited to justify subsequent resort to armed force and terror. The doctrine hardly withstands the evidence of history. This evidence reveals Nicaragua's effort to pursue the peaceful means required by international law through the World Court, the United Nations, and the Contadora process, and on the other hand, Washington's success in trumping these initiatives, as a leaked secret document exulted. Such problems were readily overcome by dismissal of the facts to the memory hole. The next problem was to dismantle the accords themselves. The first phase of the accords ran from the signing in August 1987 to January 1988, when the Central American presidents were to meet to receive the report of the International Verification Commission that was charged with monitoring the accords. The goal of the Reagan administration was to focus all attention on the Sandinistas, thus ensuring that the United States could maintain the attack by its proxy forces while excluding the U.S. client states from the provisions of the accords. The media at once dedicated themselves to these tasks. The peace plan specified one indispensable element for peace, namely a termination of open or covert aid of any form to irregular forces, meaning the Contras, or insurrectionist movements, meaning indigenous guerrillas. In response, the United States at once stepped up its illegal supply flights, which had already reached the phenomenal level of 1 a day, in an effort to keep the proxy forces in the field. These supply flights doubled in September, the month after the Accords, and virtually tripled through the rest of the year. Surveillance flights also increased. Successes were immediately evident as Contra-attacks on civilians doubled in intensity, including ambushes, murders, attacks on farm cooperatives, and kidnappings. The peace agreements were thus effectively dead from the first moment. These were by far the most significant developments during the August-January phase of the Accords. The media responded to these unacceptable facts by suppressing them. Only the most assiduous reader of all of the media, unpublished wire service reports, and other documents could have been minimally aware of these crucial facts. The behavior of the New York Times was particularly remarkable, including outright falsification, along with scrupulous suppression. Again, we see a shocking display of media servility to state power. The Accords call for justice, freedom, and democracy, and guarantees for the inviolability of all forms of life and liberty and the safety of the people. They call for an authentic, pluralistic, and participatory democratic process to promote social justice and respect for human rights. These provisions were also unacceptable to the U.S. government, since it is obvious that they cannot be met or even approached in the U.S. client states without the dismantling of the government structure dominated by the armed forces and the security services. Having eliminated the provisions applying to the United States, the media then faced a second task, to remove the practices of the client states from the agenda. This problem was readily overcome by the same means: simple refusal to report the facts, or marginalization and distortion when they were too visible to ignore entirely. State terror in the U.S. client states escalated, but no matter. The laser-like focus of the media was on Nicaragua, which received far more coverage than the other countries combined, virtually all of it concentrating on departures from the Accords as interpreted in Washington. Another unacceptable feature of the Accords was the role given to international monitors. The U.S. brooks no interference in its domains, and the international presence would inhibit violation of the Accords, thus interfering with U.S. intentions. The first phase of the Accords ended in January with a report by the International Verification Commission. The Commission had the bad taste to condemn the United States and its clients while praising steps taken by Nicaragua. Obviously, it had to go. The New York Times cooperated by suppressing the Verification Commission report, and under U.S. pressure, the commission was abolished. The victory was complete. Not a shred of the original agreements remained. Nicaragua responded by announcing that it would satisfy the terms of the former Accords unilaterally, requesting international supervision to monitor its agreement alone. The loyal media responded by announcing that finally Nicaragua had agreed to comply with the peace accords, although, of course, communists cannot be trusted. Meanwhile, state terror continued to escalate in the client states, without, however, influencing the judgment that Nicaragua alone was responsible for violating the accords. And that is the correct response, given that the United States and its clients were now exempt by Washington media edict. In the New York Times, the terror was barely noted, apart from guerrilla terror in El Salvador, to which the government sometimes responded, Times correspondent James Lemoyne commented with regret. With the Accords now restricted to the question of Nicaraguan compliance with Washington's dictates, the crucial issue became the willingness of the Sandinistas to negotiate with the CIA-established civilian front for Washington's proxy forces. The text of the Accords required no such negotiations, but the Accords had long since been dismissed to oblivion. In early 1988, Nicaragua did agree to this U.S. condition, reaching an unexpected ceasefire agreement. Meanwhile, the indigenous guerrillas in El Salvador and Guatemala were consistently rebuffed in their efforts to negotiate. But these facts were suppressed as irrelevant in conformity with the Washington media version of the accords. Where not suppressed, the facts were simply denied, as when Jeane Kirkpatrick wrote in the Washington Post in June that Duarte has seen his generous offers of amnesty and negotiations rejected by the FMLN guerrillas one by one. This pronouncement followed Duarte's rejection of a series of efforts by the FMLN, the political opposition, and the church to arrange negotiations. The Nicaraguan ceasefire was signed on March 23rd. The agreement stated that only humanitarian aid will be negotiated. It further stipulated that this aid must be in accordance with Article 5 of the August 1987 Accords. The aid is to be channeled through neutral organizations. Secretary General Suarez of the Organization of American States was entrusted with ensuring compliance with the agreement. Congress responded by voting overwhelmingly to violate the terms of the ceasefire, approving $48 million in aid to the Contras to be administered by the State Department through its Agency for International Development. The aid would be delivered in Honduras and within Nicaragua by a private company, James Lemoyne of the New York Times reported, quoting Contra leaders. The phrase private company is a euphemism for the CIA, for which the Agency for International Development has admittedly served as a front in the past. By no stretch of the imagination can this agency be considered a neutral organization. The congressional legislation stipulated that all aid must be administered in a manner consistent with the March 23rd ceasefire agreement, and in accord with the decisions of the Verification Commission established by that agreement, for which Secretary General Suarez was the responsible authority. Secretary General Suarez wrote a letter to Secretary of State George Shultz on April 25th, in which he drew his attention to this passage of the congressional legislation. The Secretary General went on to state that reliance on the U.S. Agency for International Development was in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement. He expressed his deep concern about this whole situation. He emphasized further that Article 5 of the peace accords, which determines how aid shall be delivered under the ceasefire agreement, quite explicitly rules out any assistance whatsoever to the Contras, except for repatriation or resettlement. Aid can be sent to the Contras within Nicaragua by means agreed by both sides as a means towards their reintegration into normal life, but for no other end. Washington disregarded the objections of Secretary General Suarez, the official in charge of monitoring the agreement, and all of this was unreported in the media, to my knowledge, and the illegal operations continued. Alan Woods, the head of the U.S. Agency for International Development, said that the aid would have to be delivered by private American aircraft, in violation of the ceasefire agreement. The New York Times article reporting this is headed, "Official Sees Problems on Contra Aid. The Big Hurdle is Sandinista Mistrust." The U.S. Agency for International Development then began delivering supplies to the Contras in Honduras, violating the congressional legislation that stipulated that the aid was to be delivered in ceasefire zones, all of which are in Nicaragua, and violating the ceasefire accord, since the Agency for International Development, a U.S. agency, clearly is not a neutral organization. All of these facts were largely ignored by the New York Times, which offered a different version. Robert Peer alleged that President Ortega has blocked deliveries of the aid authorized by Congress on grounds that the deliveries would violate the ceasefire agreement. Unmentioned in his report was the fact that this was also the conclusion of the official in charge of monitoring the agreement, Secretary General Suarez. His name actually did appear in the article, but only in the context of the Reagan administration decision that he had not met their financial accountability standards. So therefore Washington had not disbursed the $10 million provided by Congress for the Commission to verify compliance with the ceasefire agreement. In further violation of both the agreement and the congressional legislation, the Reagan administration sent funds to the Contras to spend as they wished. The national media remained unperturbed, in accordance with the doctrine that the United States stands above any law or international agreement. Meanwhile, the United States Treasury Department announced a new ruling barring import of Nicaraguan coffee processed in a third country. According to the ruling, such Nicaraguan coffee will not be considered sufficiently transformed to lose its Nicaraguan identity. It suffices to replace the word Nicaraguan by Jewish to know to which phase of history this edict belongs. During the same months, negotiations on a political settlement broke down through the device of demand escalation by the Contras, no doubt following the State Department script. Each new government agreement, going far beyond the terms of the long-forgotten peace accords, simply led to new demands. The government of Nicaragua continued to urge resumption of the talks, receiving no response from Washington or the Contras, who continued to add new demands. Even Cardinal Obando, who barely conceals his sympathy for the Contras, urged them to return to the talks to no avail. There followed what the Council on Hemispheric Affairs describes as a CIA-managed campaign of provocation and internal disruption inside Nicaragua. This established a false crisis atmosphere in which Congress could turn to new aid for the Contras. Congressional doves implemented legislation providing continued aid to the Contras. The long-term goals have been obvious from the outset. It is necessary to demolish what Archbishop Romero called the people's organizations fighting to defend their most fundamental human rights. It is necessary to eliminate any threat of independent nationalism in the fledgling democracies. If Nicaragua cannot be restored by violence to the Central American mode, then at least the United States must implement the reported boast of a State Department insider in 1981 to turn Nicaragua into the Albania of Central America, that is, poor, isolated, and radical. The United States must ensure that Nicaragua will become a sort of Latin American Albania, so that the Sandinista dream of creating a new, more exemplary political model for Latin America would be in ruins, in the words of British journalist John Carlin. These goals have largely been achieved. The U.S. media, serving as adjuncts of government, deserve a large share of the credit.
Several weeks ago, Professor Chomsky gave a talk on the subject of the media and democratic thought control to an audience at Ryerson Polytechnical Institute in Toronto, after which he was questioned by a panel of Canadian journalists who'd also read an advance copy of the lectures we're presenting this week on ideas. We're broadcasting parts of the panel discussion each night this week, as Professor Chomsky responds to questions from the panel. This is Gene Allen, foreign editor of the Globe and Mail.
Many of the things you describe about how the elite press in the United States sees the world are replayed to us through some of the main communications links that we rely on, such as Associated Press, Reuters News Agency, New York Times News Service. And I think many Canadian journalists are in the position of recognizing a strong U.S. bias in those reports, and are active in. That's one of the day-to-day challenges, is trying to find ways of getting around that. One of the things you can do is get your own correspondents there who have a different point of view, or try and get local stringers. You can't do that all the time. But I just wonder from that, from my point of view anyway, it seems that perhaps a lot of what you describe could be simply interpreted as kind of the American press playing cheerleader for the home team. It's just like there's a kind of sports writer who's called a homer, and the home team can do no wrong. Can you look at it that way, just as an issue of American foreign policy, and that countries like Canada can have some effective room to maneuver in terms of covering the world?
Well, I think there's something to that, but we have to be careful about what's the home team. I mean, for example, what the American press defends is the interests of elite elements in the United States. Now, it may be that the general population is strongly opposed to elite elements, but they're not the home team. It's the elite elements that are the home team for the reasons that I mentioned. So on, say, Central America, There's no doubt that the general population has been pretty much opposed to these policies, but the home team is in favor of them and the press is in favor of them. Let's take Vietnam, the Vietnam War. There, that was very interesting. At first, the general population was strongly in support of the war, strongly in support. But it changed. By about 1969, the population was largely opposed to the war, and on interesting grounds. The population was opposed in principle. Again, you take a look at the Gallup polls. Up until today, or at least 2 years ago, which is the last one I saw, about 70% of the population regularly says the Vietnam War was fundamentally wrong and immoral, not a mistake. Now, among opinion leaders, it's not 70%, it's like 40%. Opinion leaders includes clergy and businessmen and so on. When you get to the real intellectual elite, the percentage is about zero. Even at the peak of opposition to the war, like around 1970, the real intellectual elite, as picked by various standards, was of course opposed to the war. So was everybody, including Wall Street, but because it was just not paying anymore. But they were opposed on pragmatic grounds. It wasn't working, it was too costly, it was maybe too bloody, and so on. But fundamentally wrong and immoral, not a mistake, that position is barely expressed in the ideological system, but it's the position of about 70% of the population. Now, here we have a striking case where, the home team that you're working for is not the general population. It's a very specific interest in the general population. I think that's true on a lot of issues. Let's turn to a totally different question. Take nuclear test ban. Just through popular grassroots organization, the population was about 75% in favor of a nuclear test ban 2 or 3 years ago. Elites were strongly opposed to it, liberal, conservative, everyone else. They were so strongly opposed to it that when the Soviet Union declared a unilateral test ban, the media barely covered it. I mean, they noticed it and disparaged it and told various lies about it. And when it was renewed, it was barely even covered. It was hardly even an issue in the elections, even though 75% of the population was in favor of it, had virtually no elite support except maybe an occasional gesture. That's a very strong elite position, but it's not reflecting the general public. So I think there's something to what you say, but I think one has to be more discriminating about how to define the home team. The home team means the people who own the country and therefore ought to govern it.
Or the official home team.
Yeah.
Peter Worthington, editor of the Ottawa Sun.
Your talk of the Vietnam War, the turning against it, and you said for moral grounds because it was an immoral war.
On the general population, not the elites.
My view would be that the public turned against it, regardless of the point that I think it was a mistake, but I think the public turned against it primarily because it was a losing war. And can you give me any indication of a winning war that's been unpopular?
Well, can I give any indication of a winning war that's unpopular? See, quite honestly, I think the Vietnam War was a winning war from the United States for the United States.
It looks like a winning war.
But that's indoctrination.
We're propaganda.
That's indoctrination.
Oh, yeah,
see, in order to decide, let's be careful.
That's fine.
Let's be careful. To decide whether a war is a winning war or not, you have to figure out first why it was fought, right? That's what tells you whether it was a winning war or not.
There's a variety of ways to tell it's
That's
winning.
right. There are a lot of ways but one of the ways, if you're logical, is to ask what were the goals of the war and were those goals achieved. That's the way you decide whether a war is a winning war, right? If we do that, we're not going to do this in 1 second, but let me again just talk methodologically because there's no time to go through the whole story. You can look up the documents. There's elaborate documentation on the background planning for the Vietnam War, elaborate documentation on the high-level planning. And the main concern all along was that independent nationalism in Vietnam might be what was called a rotten apple that would infect the barrel. It might have a demonstration effect throughout the region, very much like Nicaragua. And there's a way you deal with that. The way you deal with a virus that might infect the region, the virus in this case being independent nationalism, the way you deal with it is by destroying the virus and inoculating the region from the spread. Now that was done. The Vietnam War had a dual character. You had to destroy the possibility of independent development in Vietnam, and you had to create around it brutal military dictatorships which would prevent the spread, and both of those things were done reasonably effectively. Part of the Vietnam War was the support for the Indonesian massacres in 1965, a very significant part. Part of the concern over Vietnam was that it would encourage the growth of independent politics in Indonesia, where you had a huge mass-based, peasant-based communist party, and success in Vietnam might have spurred that on. In 1965, that party was wiped out with the slaughter of maybe 700,000 people to enthusiastic support in the West, I should say. That was part of the inoculation of the region. Same happened in Thailand, same happened in the Philippines with the Marcos coup, all around the region. Meanwhile, Vietnam was sufficiently destroyed, so the chances of it being a model for anyone else are very slight. I mean, Vietnam will probably barely survives. You know, it's suffered the kind of fate that there's nothing to compare with in European history back to the Black Plague. You know, be a century before they even recover, if then. So that's a partial victory. It's in terms. So here you didn't have a total victory. They didn't get their ultimate goal. You know, if you call success only achievement of every goal, even the minor ones, then it wasn't a victory. But if we give an accurate assessment, it was a partial victory. Partial defeat, partial victory. They didn't reabsorb Indochina back into the American system, but they prevented it from being the threat of a good example. In this respect, the American war in Nicaragua was also a partial victory. Now, we can answer the question what the American population thought about the war. We can answer it because it's a very heavily polled population, and we don't have to speculate. We can look at public opinion studies, and they changed over time. By the late 60s, the population was largely opposed to the war on moral grounds, not on grounds that it was going to fail. By the 70s, with the continued improvement in the cultural climate among the general population, those figures went up. By 1982, it was 72% answering yes to the war is fundamentally wrong and immoral, not a mistake. And those figures are particularly dramatic because there was virtually no articulate expression of this view. You go to the extreme doves, you know, Anthony Lewis and so on, they were not saying this. They never said it. What they were saying is it's a mistake. Maybe some of them might have said it's too bloody. If you want some actual evidence on this, don't take my word for it. Go to the evidence. There is an interesting study called The American Intellectual Elite. It came out around 1974. It's done by a sociologist named Charles Kadushin. It's a study of the attitudes of people called the American intellectual elite. I agree, it's a totally idiotic concept, but the people he studied are probably no worse a sample than others. I was actually one of them, so I watched the study go on. This study was taken in May 1970. That's rather important. If you look back, you'll discover that that was the peak period of opposition to the war, right after the invasion of Cambodia. That was the period when the colleges were closed down, the whole country was blowing up. Right at that point, this survey was taken of the American intellectual elite, people who write for the New York Review of Books and all this kind of fancy stuff. There were 200 people in the sample. Everybody was against the war, but so was Richard Nixon, So that didn't mean anything. The question is, why were they against the war? Well, they broke down into three categories. Most of them were against the war on what the editor called pragmatic grounds, meaning can't get away with it. A smaller percentage, I forget the numbers, I think maybe a third or so, were against the war on what they called moral grounds. Funny word. Moral grounds meant it's too bloody. In other words, you're killing too many children. You kill fewer children, it's okay. Then there was a tiny group, actually it was maybe 2 or 3 people in the sample, I was one of them, who were opposed to the war on what the editor called ideological grounds. Now, the term is interesting. Ideological is a bad word, What it means is that this statistically irrelevant sample, like 1% or something, were opposed to the war on principle, namely on grounds that aggression is wrong, even if it succeeds. See, if they had asked the question, what do you think about the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia? The question wasn't asked, but if it had been asked, everybody would have been against it. Nobody would have been against it on pragmatic grounds because it worked. And nobody would have been against it on what are called moral grounds because it wasn't bloody. They only killed one person or something. so it's on moral grounds.
You asked that question in the
Everybody
Soviet
would have
Union.
been against it on ideological grounds, except nobody would have called that ideological. You would have just called it human or principled.
But
or
not
something.
in the Soviet Union.
I'm talking about the United States.
Yeah, but don't
Wait, no,
put
look.
America on Russia's war.
Sorry.
Have the Soviet Union talk about Vietnam.
You're missing my point. My point is that that in a U.S. study, opposition to an American war, to aggression on grounds of principle is called ideological, and it is marginal when it's U.S. aggression, and it's considered normal and proper when we're talking about Soviet aggression. Now, here's my point. At a time when the population was moving towards large-scale opposition to the war on grounds of principle, the intellectual elite was only by statistical error did you find anybody who was opposed on grounds of principle. And that's at the peak period of opposition to the war. I think those things are pretty revealing. In fact, I think there's, in my view at least, there's a kind of a split that's taken place in American culture, an interesting sort of split between educated elite opinion, which in fact is jingoistic and indoctrinated and reactionary and so on, whether it calls itself liberal or something else, and the general public, which is moving in another direction.
Noam Chomsky. I'm Lister Sinclair. On Ideas, the 1988 Massey Lectures about Media, Propaganda and Democracy. Noam Chomsky's lecture tonight, The Utility of Interpretations, is in 2 sections, followed by a discussion with the journalists panel, and that's followed by some concluding remarks. The title, The Utility of Interpretations, comes from the French philosopher Pascal in his discussion of the casuists, whose task it is to conceal the truth with sophisticated argumentation and deceit. Pascal wrote about how the casuists reconcile the contradictions between their opinions and the dictates of Scripture. He records a conversation with a monk who explains that one of the ways we reconcile these contradictions is by the interpretation of some phrase. Thus, if the Gospel says you should give alms of your superfluity, and the aim is to exempt the wealthy from the obligation of almsgiving, the matter is easily put to rights by giving an interpretation to the word superfluity, so that it will seldom happen that anyone actually has to follow the command of the Gospel. Learned scholars will demonstrate that what men of the world lay up to improve their own circumstances or those of their relatives cannot really be termed superfluity, so the rich will seldom actually be obliged to give alms. There you see the utility of interpretations. Pascal's monk concludes. Concealing the truth by the interpretation of some phrase, by making words mean what is convenient for them to mean, is a project much in evidence in the contemporary elite media. The Utility of Interpretations by Noam Chomsky.
Last night, I discussed some of the modalities of thought control developed in democratic societies. The most effective device is the bounding of the thinkable, achieved by tolerating, even encouraging debate, though only within proper limits. But democratic systems also resort to cruder means, the method of interpretation of some phrase being a notable instrument. Thus, aggression and state terror in the Third World become defensive democracy and human rights, and democracy is successfully achieved when the government is safely in the hands of the rich men dwelling at peace within their habitations, as in Winston Churchill's prescription for world order. Under the proper interpretation of the phrase, it is indeed true that the yearning to see American-style democracy duplicated throughout the world has been a persistent theme in American foreign policy, as New York Times correspondent Neil Lewis declared. Accordingly, there is no contradiction when we yearn for democracy and independence for South Vietnam while demolishing the country to eradicate the National Liberation Front, then turning to the destruction of the politically organized Buddhists before permitting stage-managed elections. Casuistry even permits us to proceed on this course while recognizing that until they were compelled by U.S. terror to use counterforce to survive, the indigenous enemy insisted that its contest with the United States and its clients should be fought out at the political level, and that the use of massed military might was in itself illegitimate. I'm quoting U.S. government scholar Douglas Pike. Continuing to quote him, "Our rejection of politics in favor of military might is quite natural, because we recognized, as he says, that the National Liberation Front was the only truly mass-based political party in South Vietnam. With the same reasoning, it was only proper for us to subvert the first and the last free election in the history of Laos because the wrong people won, to organize or support the overthrow of elected governments in Guatemala, Brazil, the Dominican Republic, the Philippines, Chile, and Nicaragua, to support or directly organize large-scale terror to bar the threat of democracy and independence in Central America in the 1980s, to take strong measures to ensure that the post-war world would return to proper hands, and much else, all in what we call our yearning for democracy. From the same perspective, one can understand why, in December 1965, the New York Times editors should praise Washington for having wisely stayed in the background during the recent upheavals in Indonesia. In these recent upheavals, the Indonesian military, as they say, had defused the country's political time bomb, the powerful Indonesian Communist Party, the PKI. They had done so by eliminating virtually all the top and second-level leaders of the PKI in one or another matter, and incidentally, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people, mostly landless peasants, while Washington wisely observed in silence, the editors choose to believe. This concomitant of a welcome victory for freedom is not mentioned, although the editors warn that the social conditions that enabled the PKI to organize 14 million people still persist. Similarly, it is natural that the New York Times should praise the government of the Shah of Iran, restored to power by the CIA, for what they call its long record of success in defeating subversion without suppressing democracy. The subversives, now thankfully suppressed without suppressing democracy, include the pro-Soviet Tudeh Party, formerly a real menace, but now, the Times editors say, considered to have been completely liquidated, and the extreme nationalists who had been almost as subversive as the communists. And few people apparently find it jarring to read an upbeat report on what is called the return of full democracy in the Philippines, under the headline, Aquino's decree bans Communist Party. And the last paragraph explains that a presidential decree stipulated penalties of imprisonment for membership in the party, which had been legalized under the Marcos dictatorship. Not long before, Marcos himself had been a model Democrat. He was a man pledged to democracy, as Ronald Reagan explained. "We love your adherence to democratic principle and to the democratic processes, and your service to freedom," Vice President George Bush proclaimed in Manila. That, however, was before Marcos had lost control, and with it, his credentials as a freedom-loving Democrat. As we regularly discover, a solicitous concern for democracy and human rights may go hand in hand with tolerance for large-scale slaughter or even direct participation in it. The Christian Science Monitor observes accurately that after General Suharto's impressive achievement in eliminating the political threat in Indonesia by mass murder, many in the West were keen to cultivate Jakarta's new moderate leader, Suharto. In this reference, the term moderate is used with an appropriate casuistic interpretation. Suharto's subsequent achievements include extraordinary human rights violations at home and slaughter in the course of aggression in East Timor that bears comparison to Pol Pot in the same years. The Timorese slaughter was backed enthusiastically by the United States with the support of Canada, Britain, and other guardians of morality. The media cooperated by simply eliminating the issue. New York Times coverage declined as atrocities increased with U.S. participation. Times coverage reached zero at the peak of atrocities in 1978. And the few comments by its noted Southeast Asia correspondent Henry Kalm assured us, on the authority of the Indonesian generals, that the army was protecting the people, fleeing from the control of the guerrillas. Scrupulously excluded was the testimony of refugees, church officials, and others who might interfere with public acquiescence in what appears to be the largest massacre relative to the population since the Holocaust. In accordance with the same principles, it's natural that vast outrage should be evoked by the terror of the Pol Pot regime, while reporters in Phnom Penh in 1973, when the U.S. bombing of populated areas of rural Cambodia had reached its peak, should carefully ignore the testimony of hundreds of thousands of refugees before their eyes. Such selective perception guarantees that little is known about the scale and character of these U.S. atrocities. These achievements of historical engineering allow the editors of the New York Times to write that when America's eyes turned away from Indochina in 1975, Cambodia's misery had just begun, with the infamous barbarities of the Khmer Rouge, then dreary occupation by Vietnam, which incidentally expelled the Khmer Rouge. Notice that the misery began in 1975, not before, and they do not remind us that during the period of so-called indifference, Washington offered indirect support to the Khmer Rouge while backing the coalition in which it was the major element because of its continuity with the Pol Pot regime, so the State Department declared. Today the press explains, I'm quoting, that the U.S. and its allies have decided that without some sign of compromise by Vietnam toward a political settlement, the Khmer Rouge forces must be allowed to serve as military pressure on Vietnam, despite their past. The phrase political settlement, of course, means political settlement on U.S. terms. An appropriate casuistic interpretation of democracy solves only half the problem. We also need a phrase for the enemies of democracy in some country where we yearn to establish or maintain it. The reflex device is to label the indigenous enemy communists, whatever their social commitments and political allegiances may be. José Napoleón Duarte and his defense minister Vides Casanova are therefore Democrats in El Salvador, defending civilization against communists, such communists as the hundreds who were murdered by the security forces as they tried to flee to Honduras across the Rio Sumpul in May 1980. They were all communist guerrillas, Duarte explained, including presumably the infants sliced to pieces with machetes. The U.S. media took the simpler path of suppressing the massacre. If the enemies of democracy are not communists, then they're terrorists. Still better, communist terrorists, or terrorists supported by international communism. The rise and decline of international terrorism in the 1980s provides much insight into the utility of interpretations. The Reagan administration deserves the credit for focusing attention on what Ronald Reagan and George Shultz call the evil scourge of terrorism, a plague spread by depraved opponents of civilization itself in a return to barbarism in the modern age. From its first days, the Reagan administration proclaimed that international terrorism would replace Carter's human rights crusade as the soul of our foreign policy. By 1985, terrorism in the Mideast Mediterranean region was selected as the top story of the year in an AP poll of editors and broadcasters, and concern reached a fever pitch in subsequent months. The U.S. bombing of Libya in April 1986 largely tamed the monster, and in the following years the plague subsided to more manageable proportions as the Soviet Union and its clients retreated in the face of American courage and determination. This is the story according to the preferred account. In fact, the rise and decline of the plague has little relation to anything happening in the world, with one exception. Its rise coincided with the need to mobilize the U.S. population to support the Reaganite commitment to state power and violence. Kremlin-directed international terrorism was a natural device for the Reaganite public relations apparatus. The problem was to frighten the domestic population sufficiently so that they would bear the costs of programs to which they were opposed, while at the same time avoiding direct confrontation with the evil empire itself. That's far too dangerous for us. The solution to the dilemma was to concoct an array of little Satans, tentacles of the great Satan, poised to destroy us, but weak and defenseless, so they can be attacked with impunity. The farce proceeded perfectly, with the cooperation of the casuists, whose task was to give a proper interpretation to the term terrorism, protecting the doctrine that its victims are primarily the democratic countries of the West. To conduct this campaign of ideological warfare, it was necessary to obscure the central role of the United States in organizing and directing state terror, and its extensive involvement in international terrorism in earlier years, as in the attack against Cuba, the prime example of the evil scourge of terrorism from the early 1960s. Some historical engineering was also required with regard to terrorism in the Middle East Mediterranean region, the primary focus of concern within the propaganda framework. Here it was necessary to suppress the leading role of the United States and its Israeli client. These tasks were well within the capacity of the media and the terrorologists. With appropriate interpretations, then, we can rest content that the United States and its clients defend democracy, social reform, and self-determination against communists and terrorists of all kinds. It is the responsibility of the media to laud the Democrats and demonize the official enemy, the Sandinistas, the PLO, or whoever gets in the way. Sometimes this requires some fancy footwork, but the challenge has generally been successfully met. Our yearning for democracy is accompanied by a no less profound yearning for peace, and the media also face the task of historical engineering to establish this required truth. We therefore have phenomena called peace missions and the peace process. These are terms that apply to whatever the United States happens to be doing or advocating at some moment. A headline in the Los Angeles Times in January 1988 reads as follows: "Latin Peace Trip by Schultz Planned." The subheading describes the contents of the peace trip. Mission would be last-ditch effort to defuse opposition on Contra-aid. The article quotes administration officials who describe the peace mission as the only way to save Contra-aid in the face of growing congressional opposition. In plain English, the peace mission is a last-ditch effort to block peace and to mobilize Congress for what the World Court called the unlawful use of force, now that Washington and its loyal media had succeeded in completely dismantling the unwanted Central American peace plan. A few months later, the New York Times reported further efforts by the administration, in their words, to keep pressure on the Sandinistas by continuing to provide support for the Contras, including more military aid, while urging U.S. allies to join the United States in efforts to isolate Nicaragua diplomatically and revive the peace process. The Los Angeles Times described these renewed administration efforts to build support for the resumption of U.S. military aid to Nicaragua's Contras under the headline, "Schultz will try to revive Latin peace process." In short, war is peace. The task of historical engineering has been accomplished with no less efficiency in the case of the Arab-Israeli conflict. The problem has been to present the United States and its Israeli client as yearning for peace and pursuing the peace process, while in fact, since the early 1970s, they have led the rejectionist camp and have been blocking peace initiatives that have had broad international and regional support. The technique has been the usual one. The peace process is, by definition, whatever the United States proposes. The desired conclusion now follows, whatever the facts. U.S. policy is also by definition moderate, so that those who oppose it are extremist and uncompromising. Reinhold Niebuhr once remarked that perhaps the most significant moral characteristic of a nation is its hypocrisy. The point is well taken. There's a simple measure of hypocrisy, which we very properly apply to our enemies. When peace groups, government figures, media, and loyal intellectuals in the Soviet sphere deplore brutal and repressive acts of the United States and its clients, we test their sincerity by asking what they say about their own responsibilities. Minimal honesty requires that we apply the same standards to ourselves. Freedom of the press, for example, is a prime concern for the media and the intellectual community. No crime of the Sandinistas has elicited more outrage than their censorship of La Prensa and its suspension in 1986, immediately after Congress responded to the World Court decision by voting new aid to the Contras, a virtual declaration of war, as the Reaganites happily proclaimed. La Prensa publisher Violeta Chamorro was at once given an award by the Nieman Journalism Foundation at Harvard for her courageous battle for freedom of speech. In the New York Review of Books, Murray Kempton appealed to all those committed to free expression to provide financial aid for the brave struggle of the editors to maintain their staff and equipment. Such gifts would supplement the funding provided by the U.S. government from shortly after the Sandinista victory, when President Carter authorized the CIA to secretly support La Prensa and the anti-Sandinista opposition. Under the heading, "A Newspaper of Valor," the Washington Post lauded Violeta Chamorro, commenting that she and her newspaper deserved 10 awards. Other media commentary has been no less effusive, while the Sandinistas have been bitterly condemned for harassing this tribune of the people. We now ask whether these sentiments reflect libertarian values or service to power, applying the standard test of sincerity. How, for example, did the same people and institutions react when the independent media in El Salvador were eliminated by the security forces of the Duarte government that we support? Not by intermittent censorship and suspension, but by murder, mutilation, and physical destruction. We have already seen the answer. There was silence. The New York Times has had nothing to say, and others are no different. To test this conclusion further, we may turn to Guatemala. No censorship was required, while the United States was supporting the terror at its height. The murder of dozens of journalists sufficed. There was little notice in the United States. With the democratic renewal that we proudly hail, little has changed. In February 1988, the center-left weekly La Época began to publish Testing Guatemalan Democracy. On June 10th, 15 heavily armed men firebombed the offices, destroying them and kidnapping the night watchman. Eyewitness testimony and other sources leave little doubt that it was an operation of the Guatemalan security forces. The editor held a press conference on June the 14th to announce that the journal would have to shut down because there are not conditions in the country to guarantee the exercise of free and independent journalism. The next day he left the country, returning to exile, accompanied to the airport by a Western diplomat to see that he got there without being murdered. The destruction of La Época signaled not only the end of an independent media voice in Guatemala, but it served as a warning as well that future press independence would not be tolerated by the government or security forces, so the human rights group America's Watch commented. These facts were not reported in the New York Times or Washington Post, though not from ignorance, surely. It is simply that the matter is unimportant. A few weeks later, Israeli security forces raided the offices of the leading Jerusalem daily Al-Fajr, arresting its managing editor, Hatem Abdelkader, and jailing him for 6 months without trial on unspecified security grounds. There were no ringing editorial denunciations or calls for retribution. In fact, these trivialities were not even reported in the New York Times or Washington Post. Unlike Violeta Chamorro, to whom nothing of the sort has happened, Abdelkader does not deserve 10 awards, or even 1, or even a line. The extent of the hypocrisy becomes still more obvious when we consider what the Washington Post called the newspaper of valor more closely. La Prensa quite openly supports the attack against Nicaragua. In April 1986, as the campaign to provide military aid to the Contras was heating up, one of the owners wrote an op-ed column in the Washington Post in which he called for aid to those Nicaraguans who are fighting for democracy. That's the standard reference to the U.S. proxy forces. In the weeks preceding the summer congressional vote, a host of articles by 5 different La Prensa staff members denounced the Sandinistas in major newspapers throughout the United States. This included a series of op-eds signed by top La Prensa editors in the Washington Post as they traveled to the United States under the auspices of front organizations of the contrafunding network run by Oliver North. La Prensa barely pretends to be a newspaper in the Western sense. It's a propaganda journal devoted to undermining the government and supporting the attack against Nicaragua by a foreign power. Since its reopening in October 1987, the commitments are quite open and transparent. There is no precedent for the survival and continued publication of such a journal during a period of crisis, to my knowledge, in any Western democracy, surely not the United States. It might be argued that comparison with the United States is inadequate and unfair, given the dismal U.S. record. We might take that to be the import of remarks by Supreme Court Justice William Brennan in a speech that he delivered at Hebrew University Law School in December 1987. In this speech, he observed that the United States has a long history of failing to preserve civil liberties when it perceived its national security threatened. He went on to say that it may well be Israel, not the United States, that provides the best hope for building a jurisprudence that can protect civil liberties against the demands of national security. And he added that the nations of the world, faced with sudden threats to their own security, will look to Israel's experience in handling its continuing security crisis, and they may well find in that experience the expertise to reject the security claims that Israel has exposed as baseless, and the courage to preserve the civil liberties that Israel has preserved without detriment to its security. If we can draw lessons from Israel's stellar record, adversity may yet be the handmaiden of liberty, he concluded. Well, following the precepts of this characteristic accolade, we derive a further test of the sincerity of those who denounce the totalitarian Sandinistas. Just at the time that La Prensa was suspended in 1986, after the virtual declaration of war by Congress, Israel permanently closed 2 Jerusalem newspapers. The grounds were that, I'm quoting, although we offer them freedom of expression, it is forbidden to permit them to exploit this freedom in order to harm the state of Israel. The Interior Ministry declared that it was compelled to act in the interest of state security and public welfare. We believe in freedom of the press, the ministry asserted, but one has to properly balance freedom of expression and the welfare of the state. The closure was upheld by the High Court on the grounds that it is inconceivable that the state of Israel should allow terrorist organizations which seek to destroy it to set up businesses in its territory, legitimate as they may be. The government had accused these 2 Arab newspapers of receiving support from hostile groups. As La Prensa was reopened in 1987, the Israeli press reported the closing of a political journal in Nazareth on grounds of its extreme nationalist editorial line. An Arab-owned news office in Nablus was shut down on the charge of support for the PLO. The Israeli High Court upheld the closing of the Nazareth Journal, alleging that the security services had provided evidence of a connection between the journal and terrorist organizations. The court dismissed as irrelevant the plea of the publisher that everything that had appeared in the journal had passed through Israeli censorship. None of this was reported. New York Times correspondent Thomas Friedman chose the day of the closing of the Nablus office to produce one of his regular odes to freedom of expression in Israel. There was no outcry of protest among American civil libertarians, no denunciation or even comment on acts that far exceed the harassment and temporary suspension of the U.S.-funded journal in Nicaragua that openly supports the overthrow of the government. Once again, history has contrived a controlled experiment to demonstrate the utter contempt for freedom of speech on the part of professed civil libertarians. In the United States, one will discover very little reference to the severe constraints on free expression in Israel over many years. It was not until the violent reaction to the Palestinian uprising from December 1987 that even cursory notice was taken of these practices. In the New York Times, there had been virtually nothing. It requires considerable audacity for former chief editor A.M. Rosenthal to assert in May 1988 that censorship in Israel deserves and gets Western criticism. Furthermore, the rare exceptions to the general silence on these matters do not lead to condemnations for these departures from our high ideals, and they do not lead to a call for some action on the part of Israel's leading patron. The reaction of the U.S. media and the American intellectual community to Israeli law and practices provides further dramatic evidence that the show of concern for civil liberties and human rights in Nicaragua is cynical pretense serving other ends.
Noam Chomsky will be back at the end of tonight's program with some concluding remarks to these 1988 CBC Massey Lectures. Several weeks ago, Professor Chomsky talked to an audience at Ryerson Polytechnical Institute in Toronto on this subject of media, propaganda, and democracy. Afterwards, he was questioned by a panel of Canadian journalists, and we've been presenting parts of that public discussion this week. This is reporter and filmmaker Kevin McMahon.
It's my impression that most of the population feels that it's being propagandized, and they turn more and more towards using media as strictly a source of entertainment. You know, it's a postman idea about it doesn't really matter what they say because they say it so stupidly that you know, people are just consuming it for a laugh. And I wonder if now that doesn't become more of a problem really than propaganda. I mean, despite the really impressive evidence that you amass, I don't think most people would be convinced by a couple of sentences saying we're propagandized. And so, yeah, I wonder if entertainment isn't really the greater problem now.
Yeah, I think what you said is very important. What I've been talking about gives a kind of a skewed picture. I maybe should have emphasized more, but remember, I'm talking about the elite media. The elite media target largely educated people. They target the political class, the more or less politically active class. It's a pretty small percentage of the population, the articulate elite intellectuals. And that's the kind of propaganda I've been talking about, and that's only a small part of the system. Things have to be done for the rest of the population, too. They have to be marginalized, but they're not going to be marginalized by telling them lies about foreign policy, because just as you say, they don't believe most of what they read. There's just a kind of a general populist skepticism, along with this sense that the government is run by a few big interests looking out for themselves, is the sense that the media are probably lying to us. So for most of the population, the media system is, I think, a different one. It's not just the case that it tries to entertain them. It tries to entertain them through means which will intensify attitudes that support the interests of elites. So you want, for example, let me give some cases. Take the emphasis on professional sports. Now, it sounds harmless, but it really isn't. Professional sports are a way of building up jingoist fanaticism. You're supposed to cheer for your own team. Just to mention something from personal experience, I remember very well myself when I was, I guess, a high school student, sudden revelation, when I asked myself, why am I cheering for my high school football team? I don't know anybody on it. If I met anybody on it, we'd probably hate each other. Why do I care whether they win or if some guy a couple blocks away wins? Well, and then you could say the same thing about, the baseball team or whatever else it is. This idea of cheering for your home team, which you mentioned before, that's a way of building into people irrational submissiveness to power, and it's a very dangerous thing. And I think that's one of the reasons it's such a big, it gets such a huge play. Let's move to something else. The indoctrination that's done by TV and so on is not trying to pile up evidence and give arguments and so on. It's trying to inculcate attitudes. I mentioned a couple of cases, but there are a lot more. Let's take, say, the bombing of Libya. Why did the American public support the bombing of Libya? Well, the reason is that there had been a very effective and careful and intense inculcation of racist attitudes about Arabs. I mean, anti-Arab racism is the one form of racism in the United States that's considered legitimate. I mean, plenty of people are racists, but you don't like to admit it. On the other hand, with regard to anti-Arab racism, you admit it openly. I mean, you read a journal like, say, The New Republic, and what the kinds of things that they say about Arabs, if anybody said them about Jews, you'd think you're reading Der Stürmer. I'm not joking. And nobody notices it, because Arab anti-racism is so profound. It shows up in literature. I mean, there are novels that have a form of anti-Arab racism that's hair-raising. Same is true of television shows and so on and so forth. An image has been created throughout a lot of the media are part of this, not all, of the Arab terrorist lurking out there ready to kill us. And against that background, you could bomb Libya and people would cheer. Recall how effective that was. Remember what was happening in 1986. There are a lot of measures of how effective this is. Remember that in 1986, when this happened, the tourism industry in Europe was virtually wiped out because Americans were afraid to go to Europe, where incidentally, objectively, they would be about 100 times as safe as in any American city. That's no joke. But they were afraid to go to Europe because they got these Arab terrorists out there trying to kill us, Now, that was not from New York Times editorials. That was from a whole array of television and novels and soap operas and, massive symbolism and so on and so forth. And that's effective. I mean, that's the anti-communist hysteria is developed that way, too. The communists are out there ready to kill us. Who are the communists? I don't know. They're out there ready to kill us. This is introduced by the kinds of symbolism the TV is good at and cheap novels are good at and so on. And that's important. These are critical means of indoctrination. It's just that I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about the more intellectual side.
Noam Chomsky, who continues now with his concluding remarks.
Discussing what he called our unfree press half a century ago, John Dewey observed that criticism of specific abuses has only limited value. He wrote that the only really fundamental approach to the problem is to inquire concerning the necessary effect of the present economic system upon the whole system of publicity, upon the judgment of what news is, upon the selection and elimination of matter that is published, upon the treatment of news in both editorial and news columns. The question, under this mode of approach, is not how many specific abuses there are and how they may be remedied, but how far genuine intellectual freedom and social responsibility are possible on any large scale under the existing economic regime. Publishers and editors, with their commitments to the public and social order of which they are the beneficiaries, will often prove to be among the chief enemies of true liberty of the press, Dewey continued. They are among the leaders and the henchmen of big business, and they will select and treat their special wares from this standpoint. Insofar as the ideological managers are giving the public what it wants, that is because of the effect of the present economic system in generating intellectual indifference and apathy, in creating a demand for distraction and diversion among a public that is debauched by the ideal of getting away with whatever it can. All of these are Dewey's words. To these apt reflections, we may add the intimate relations between private and state power, the institutionally determined need to accommodate to the interests of those who control basic social decisions, and the success of established power in steadily disintegrating any independent culture, fostering values other than greed, personal gain, and subordination to authority, and any popular forms that sustain independent thought and action. Within the reigning social order, the general public must remain an object of manipulation, not a participant in thought, debate, and decision. I have discussed some of the ways these principles have been expressed in the modern period, but the concerns are natural and have arisen from the very origins of the democratic thrust. Condemning the radical Democrats who had threatened to turn the world upside down during the English Revolution of the 17th century, historian Clement Walker in 1661 complained that they have cast all the mysteries and secrets of government before the vulgar, like pearls before swine, and have taught both the soldiery and the people to look so far into them as to ravel back all governments to the first principles of nature. They have made the people thereby so curious and so arrogant that they will never find humility enough to submit to a civil rule. Walker's concerns were soon overcome, as an orderly world was restored and the political defeat of the Democrats was total and irreversible, as historian Christopher Hill observes. By 1695, censorship could be abandoned, not on the radicals' libertarian principles, but because censorship was no longer necessary, for the opinion formers now censored themselves, and nothing got into print which frightened the men of property. Again, quoting Christopher Hill. In the same year, 1695, John Locke wrote that day laborers and tradesmen, the spinsters and dairymaids, must be told what to believe. The greatest part cannot know, and therefore they must believe. With the decline of religious authority in the modern period, the task has fallen to the secular priesthood, who understand their responsibility with some clarity, as I have already discussed. The manipulation of the public in the 1960s elicited the concerns expressed by Senator Fulbright that I quoted last night when he described the media as adjuncts of government. A year later, law professor Jerome Barron proposed what he called an interpretation of the First Amendment, which focuses on the idea that restraining the hand of government is quite useless in assuring free speech if a restraint on access is effectively secured by private groups that alone can lay sentiments before the public. As a constitutional theory for the communication of ideas, laissez-faire is manifestly irrelevant, he said, when the media are narrowly controlled by private power. In reality, only those media that consistently restrict both sides to the narrow spectrum of elite consensus will succeed in the guided free market. It is particularly important to understand what stories not to seek. Refugees from Timor or from U.S. bombing in Laos and Cambodia have no useful tales to tell. It is important to stay away from camps on the Honduran border, where refugees will report the atrocities of the forces we organize, train, and supply. It would be bad form to arouse public awareness of Nicaragua's noteworthy progress in the social sector, which is laying a solid foundation for long-term socioeconomic development. I'm quoting the words of the Inter-American Development Bank in 1983, before it was barred by U.S. pressure from contributing to these achievements. In contrast, it is responsible journalism for James Lemoyne of the New York Times to denounce the Sandinistas for the bitterness and apathy that he sees in Managua. Those who hope to enter the system must learn that terror traceable to the PLO, Gaddafi, or Khomeini leaves worthy victims who arouse care and concern, but those targeted by the United States and its allies do not fall within this category. Responsible journalists must understand that a grenade attack on Israeli army recruits and their families, leaving one killed and many wounded, deserves a front-page photograph in the New York Times and a substantial story, while a Contra attack on a passenger bus the day before, with 2 killed, 2 kidnapped, and many wounded, merits no report at all. Category by category, the same lessons hold. Throughout these lectures, I have been discussing some of the means of thought control and the reasons why these measures gain such prominence in democratic systems in which the general population cannot be driven from the political arena by force. The discussion may leave the impression that the system is all-powerful, but that is very far from true. People have significant capacities to resist, and sometimes do, with great effect. Take the case of the Western-backed slaughter in Timor. The media suppressed the terrible events and the complicity of their own governments, but the story nevertheless did finally break through, reaching segments of the public and even Congress. This was the achievement of a few dedicated young people, literally about half a dozen, people whose names will not be known to history, as is generally true of significant actors who have changed the world. Their efforts did not bring an end to the Indonesian terror, or the Western support for it, but these efforts did mitigate the violence. Finally, as a result of their work, the Red Cross was allowed limited access, and in this and other ways, tens of thousands of lives were saved. There are very few people in the world who can claim to have achieved so much of human consequence, and the same is true of many other cases. The United States is a much more civilized and decent place than it was 25 years ago. The crisis of democracy that so terrifies elites is very real, and the effects on the society have been profound and extremely healthy, with regard to a wide range of issues: racism, environmental concerns, feminism, intervention, and much else. There was no protest when John F. Kennedy sent the U.S. Air Force to attack the rural society of South Vietnam. In contrast, Ronald Reagan was driven underground to clandestine terror in Central America. The climate of opinion and concern had changed outside of elite circles, and the capacity of the state to exercise violence has been correspondingly reduced. The toll of Reaganite terror has been awesome. Tens of thousands of tortured and mutilated bodies, massive starvation and disease and destruction, hundreds of thousands of refugees, and much else. It would have been a great deal worse without the constraints imposed by an aroused population, which had found ways to escape the system of indoctrination and had found the courage and the honesty to act. These are no small achievements, again on the part of people whose names will be lost to history. There are ample opportunities to create a more humane and decent world, if we choose to use them. I began these lectures with the questions raised by the Brazilian bishops about the problems of democracy and the media. Perhaps I may close with my own conclusions about these matters. The professed concern for freedom of the press in the West is not very persuasive in the light of the very easy dismissal of even extreme violations of press freedom in U.S. client states, and the actual performance of the media in serving the powerful and privileged as an agency of manipulation, indoctrination, and control. A democratic communications policy, in contrast, would seek to develop means of expression and interaction that reflect the interests and concerns of the general population, and to encourage their self-education and individual and collective action. A policy conceived in these terms would be a worthwhile goal, though there are pitfalls and dangers that should not be overlooked. But the issue is largely academic, viewed in isolation from the general social scene. A democratic communications policy can be approached only as an integral part of the further democratization of the social order, dissolving the concentration of decision-making power in the state-corporate nexus. Such a conception of democracy, though so familiar from earlier years that it might even merit the much-abused term conservative, is remote from those conceptions that dominate public discourse, hardly a surprise given its threat to established privilege. Human beings are the only species with a history. Whether we also have a future is not so obvious. The answer to the question will lie in the prospects for popular movements dedicated to values that are driven to the margins within the existing social order, the values of community, solidarity, concern for a fragile environment that will have to sustain future generations, creative work under voluntary control, independent thought, and true democratic participation in every aspect of our social, economic, and political life.
The 1988 Massey Lectures by Noam Chomsky, Institute Professor in the Department of Linguistics and Philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston. Professor Chomsky has written 30 books in the areas of structural linguistics and political philosophy. His most recent book, with co-author Edward Herman, is about the political economy of the mass media. It's called Manufacturing Consent, and it's in bookstores and libraries now. The Massey Lectures were produced for Ideas by Max Allen, with Lorne Tulk, Brian Hickey, and Ken Mackay and Bob Lackey. The Ryerson panel was moderated by Stuart McLean, with Peter Worthington, David Fromm, Margaret Daly, Jean Allen, and Kevin McMahon. I'm Lister Sinclair.
I can't believe it. It's like a dream. What's wrong?
I just had a terrible thought. What if this is a dream?
Well, then kiss me quick before you wake up.